time, we are really finishing Pleasant Valley. Okay, welcome back, party people. We just have a tiny bit in the south to finish up. And then we're off to greener pastures, let's hope. There are 3 exits to this region, one of which we found yesterday, down here in the south. I think we check out the south one first. But let's make sure we're ready to get done with this. Okay, 3 charcoals. We're definitely going to need more.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
13 charcoals. That ought to be close enough. Okay, so we were attacked by some wolves. We slept through it. And now we are pretty much ready to get out of here. Let's just prepare. Prepare for possible enemy contact. Okay, so we got some bandies. Don't need to do anything else there. We have a heck of a lot of firewood. Let's put that away, because we don't need to be carrying around all this weight. In fact, we don't even need to be carrying around most of it. Okay. Yeah, about 10 kilograms free. That'll do. So, first order of business. Head south on the other side of the bridge. We're at this orange square right here. So we'll cross the bridge, head south, and go up into the mountains, I believe. If my memories from the campaign are to be trusted, there should be a prepper's cache over there. As long as we don't get ganked by any wolves again. There should be one wolf that I attacked, or that attacked me, but that I didn't find yesterday, floating around somewhere. It's very nice to walk fast. Okay, weather's nice. Actually, how are we on food and drink? We are fantastic on both. Sounds quiet, sounds safe. So let's just head into the hills as fast as we can. Oh, hello, I see you over there. Let's see, can we go around you? I think so. I hope so. But let's prepare for Parabellum just in case. Yeah, we do have 1 scent mark, so we're not completely invisible to these guys. Alright, is that... I think this is probably the wolf we fought yesterday. Ran over and took a nap, let's say. I think we're gonna have to hit this guy on the way back, as far as harvesting is concerned. Yeah, that is definitely an on the way back situation, because I want to get up this hill. I want to get up this hill before nightfall comes. And we might be cutting it a little bit close on the daylight. Okay, let's just keep moving. I don't know where that wolf went. As long as he's not ahead of us, I'll be a happy camper. Okay, it looks like we're safe up here. That looks like a... Is that a rock or a cave? I can't tell the depth perception. I think it's a rock. No, it's a cave. Okay, we can hit that after getting... Let's see, we're probably around... Yay. Let's see if we can find that prepper cache. Then we can get that on the map and try to get that cave. Yep, I hear the awoo. You know what? Normally I don't like sprinting because it burns fatigue. Oh, another cave. But we are harder up on time than we are on fatigue. Could have sworn there was a prepper's cache. It's over here. Is it over here somewhere? And that's going to be a no. Okay, so we're right about there. Yeah, let's go towards this cave and we'll pop our first charcoal. Just get close enough to get it on the map. Oh, that is... I did not realize I just walked through an entire birch grove. Delicious.
A lot colder soon.
Absolutely delicious. That's 5 birch branches, which is a lot of arrows after they cure and after we prepare them. Okay, come on, let's check the cave real quick. It looks like it might be one of the empty ones. I guess there's some firewood. Is this firewood? Coal. Might as well get it. Coal is always nice to have if you can spare the carry weight. Okay, but you can't always assume that you'll be able to use it, because the downside of coal is you can't light a fire with it. You can only put it on a lit fire. So it's always a good idea to have a few sticks in the inventory too, because those will let you light the fire, and they're quite light. That is, they are lacking in mass. Low weight. Okay, where are we? Is this a dead end over here in this area, or can we cross over to something interesting? I'm not seeing anything. Yeah, that doesn't look traversable. I wouldn't jump off that tree trunk, and that does not look traversable either. So this is pretty dead-endish. I suppose I'm either misremembering the location of that prepper's cache, or it got moved from the campaign. One of the two. And anything over here? Nothing. Okay. So this is fully explored. Means let's get that other cave and head back to town. Sleep as much as we can into the morning, and then go and do our final little bit of surveying. And perhaps even we can hit up the southern cave tomorrow when we get down there. I hear you. Oh no. That was a rabbit I heard. Whoops. Okay, it doesn't hurt to prepare though. I'm hoping it's still light enough to do some surveying. It's getting borderline. I think we should still be okay. Get a little bit closer. And let's pop this charcoal right about here. Alright. Sweet. I guess this... No. There's just a little bit of cliffside ridge over there, and I don't care enough about it to go over. It's also probably too dark to do any surveying at this point. Yeah, like, in this cave, I just hope I don't trip over a bear. And I'm not seeing much of anything in here. Not that I can see much of anything. If there was something like a log or a container, I think I would have seen it. Okay, so let's head back to town. Try to... Well, first let's see if we can find out where that wolf ended up, and whether it will be feasible to harvest that guy on the hillside. I'm suspecting very strongly that we might not want to harvest the hillside guy, because that will immediately put us to 3 scent marks, and there's no way that that wolf that we saw in this area would miss those from this distance. But it never hurts to double check. Yeah, everything is so dark at this point, I'm probably, especially with the snow, I'm probably going off more audio and waiting for the wolf to bark at us. Because there's a pretty good chance that I'm not going to see it if it tries to sneak up. Thought I saw a wolf-shaped shadow, but I guess not. Okay, here we go. This might just be forcing a fight with this guy, but, well, I think we'll be fine. Okay, get the bow out. ASAP. And keep moving. Definitely expecting to hear a bark, and it's not great that it got even darker. Might have even heard some paw pads behind me just now. Yep, there it is. And he's ahead and to the right. So, I think if we go down into the river, as long as he doesn't start charging us, I think we'll be able to make it... Yeah, where is this guy? I think we'll be able to make it to the community center. God. Of course there's a blizzard. And of course it's exactly the direction we're trying to walk, and it's going to slow us down. Gotta be kidding me. Okay, well, let's just hope we can race back before he can catch up to us. And I think we should be okay. But somehow the weather always decides to troll me. But I've made myself untrollable. Okay, easy. And what can we do now? We can... Is it worth using a match to cook this meat? Or do we want to sleep for 6 hours? I think... Yeah, I think let's move forward, see if we can find the stove. Should be right in front of us. Should be right in front of us. A drawer, that's too far to the right, or too far to the left. You see, this is the downside of this building. It's absolutely pitch black in here. Alright, you know what? We are just going to put the bedroll, I guess, in the stove's right there. Okay, there we go. Start with a stick. And we'll toss a coal on, I suppose. That's toss a coal on, not toss a colon. Hashtag punctuation. Okay, add fuel. Actually, let's add a couple, just so we can have a little bit of charcoal. Cooking. Yeah. This isn't too much to cook. And there's at least 15 liters of water in the fridge. So I don't even care to use the extra time, the extra cooking time to boil water. Because there's so much firewood and so much water here already. Yeah, 14 liters. I guess we got that raw stuff, so we can cook that too. Okay, so this is a good spot to be in. Speed this up. And cook the next batch. Speed you up. Finish the next batch. And pop. I did it again. Ah. I absolutely hate that aspect of game design. The button spontaneously changes between the time that I see the information and decide to act on it, and by the time my finger actually presses the spacebar. It is decided that it suddenly wants to be a different action. Hate it. Absolutely hate it. Apex Legends, you are the worst example. Okay, well, I guess we can burn some time, and does that sound? No. Okay, all this is cooked. And an hour and 25. Actually, I'll put the water in just because it's free and because it won't boil. It won't boil off by the time that stove turns off. Okay, what can we do? We can sleep for probably 7 or 8 hours. Let's see if we can find a bed in the dark. There we are. So we can sleep for 7 or 8 hours, and it'll be dawn. And the the building will no longer be pitch black. Frustratingly. Okay, that's nice. Still kind of dark. Take the water. And because I think what we want to do here,
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
it sounds not blustery outside. So weather might be nice as long as it's not foggy. Wow, I didn't realize how many caves there were on the southern part of this map. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at least. Maybe there's even a 7th or an 8th in the places we haven't seen. Compared to, 2 on the north side, 1 on the east, and 1 on the west. That's a lot. That cave density is not at all uniform. Okay, so here's the plan. We head south, get that little rectangle just below I keep saying it, Thompson's Crossing. Then we head along the map edge, go north once we hit the road, get that big chunk of unseen fog of war in the middle there. And then we head over to the cave system and go to, I guess it was the something river something, which I'm guessing. Now this feels kind of weird, but I'm guessing, I feel like what it's going to do is it's going to end up somewhere near the hydroelectric dam in Mystery Lake. It may even end up at, if you go into the hydroelectric dam, you go down through the engine room and through all of the winding guts at the back of the dam. Eventually you end up in the room where episode 2 ends. And that room has an exterior door. It looks like an exterior door. I don't think you can open it from this side. At least I think I tried to and I wasn't able to. Or did I? I don't recall. But I'm guessing, based on the name of the location, the region on the other side of this cave system down here, based on the name of that and the direction that it goes, I feel like the hydroelectric dam is the most reasonable place for it to be pointing to. Okay, but what we're going to want is not this much food. We do want a decent chunk of food, but not this much. Okay, well, maybe one more. Okay, this much water is fine. Let's not forget to grab the charcoal. And I guess we can start by drinking some water, maybe even pick some up after that. And I want some firewood, because the cave, if we're lucky, we'll be able to start a fire with the magnifying glass. But I'm going to want a couple of torches for the cave. And I'm going to want some firewood to make a fire and either light the torches or burn or pull the torches. Because we've got 3 cardboard matches and assorted wood matches. So a little bit low on the match situation. Okay, food-wise, we have 4 and change kilos. Let's get a ½ liter of water. Now I'm feeling good on food and water. And let's get maybe a few books. Books are really not good for burn time versus weight, so I like to use them when I can. And actually, how's our clothing after that wolf battle from yesterday? Okay, the undies are kind of low, but I don't think we really... Hat's kind of low. Gauntlets are kind of low. And I might even repair the pants if we have the time and the deerskin. We can do that on the way back. Let's, for now... Oh, well first let's drop all these extra things so that they can start curing. That'll free up a decent amount of weight. Okay. That's actually looking pretty good. And drop these extra clothes, which is really just sweatshirt and the balaclava. More like balaclava, am I right? Okay, so that's all right. How many cloths do we have? We have 3 cloths. Let's check the weather. If the weather's good, we're leaving now. If it's not good, I might repair the balaclava and make another cloth or two. Okay, good weather. So let's go, I guess, straight up into that hill as far as we can get. We can get on top of that big boulder. We'll pop a charcoal there. How is our bow? Okay, 16 should be alright. Plenty of arrows. Yeah, 16 is going to be what, like at least 6 or 7 bow shots, I'd hope. Okay, moving nice and fast. And we've got plenty of carry weight free. So I don't mind picking up a couple of sticks along the way for burn time, just in case we get into a pinch. Because I don't know what is past that cave system that we're going to be heading towards. Okay, let's get up right on top of this hill, pop the charcoal with this vantage. That should give us a nice field of view. And hopefully we don't break an ankle. Please? Can we please get off the steep? Pretty please? Pretty please? Come on. Come on, there we go. I'm still a little bit paranoid about being on a steep grade hill, even if I'm not over encumbered, because I have had my ankle twisted. That was pretty good. In fact, that might actually be the edge of the map that we care to get, because I have had my ankle twisted without being over encumbered before. I was kind of trying to climb up a rock, and I was feeling pretty confident because I thought, hey, there's no way I can get damaged. I'm not over encumbered. I have no sprain risk. But it still trolled me like that. So I don't trust it anymore. Come on. Come on. Really? There we go. Okay, so this... probably not useful. Yeah, this is all straight and flat. That looks like map edge. Looks like proper map edge. So let's keep it moving. And if it unexpectedly hooks around to the left, then maybe we'll take another charcoal there. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to. So let's head down to this flat area over here and see if we can hit the road. Which should be somewhere across this foresty field. Come on, where's the flat? Give me the flat. There we go. Okay, there is no cave up there. So we can just head this way. All right, deer in the distance. That means we're safe. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, we should be... if we look left, the cave should be there, right? I think. Yeah, there it is. Got the rabbits and then the cave. Which means we're right about here, crossing... yeah, so if we just head directly west, we'll hit the road. And once the road... I guess there's probably a bend right about here. If we hit the bend in the road, we've gone too far. We want to start charcoaling a little bit before that. Alright, deer, not a moose. That's okay. I remember coming this way in the campaign in episode 3, and I'm not sure if it's scripted, but it was practically blizzard conditions when I headed up this way. That was pretty brutal. Be right back. All right, and we're back. Okay, I want to get on the other side of this big rock formation / mountain on the map. Because that should be just about, well, let's pop a charcoal right there in the middle if we can. And then at the end of the bend in the road to the south, and that'll be pretty much everything down here. Question is there a cheeky little nook with something hiding in it? I think this is right about where we want to do the charcoal too. Let's do it quick before this blizzard comes. I can smell it. Oh, that was nice. And aha, a cave. Which is maybe just below us. Let's take a look. Because you never know if you could find something interesting in a cave. Like a bear. I think that was a deer noise. I hope that was a deer noise. Okay, if I were a cave, I would either be down here or over to the left. But let's move with a quickness. To hopefully get down south before that blizzard comes in. Is this the cave? No, that's not the cave. Where the heck is this cave that I was promised? Is it here? It doesn't look here. Yeah, that's not a cave. Where's this cave? Okay. If I hit the rose hips, I've gone too far. Haven't hit the rose hips, which means I don't think we've gone far enough around here. So perhaps it's right over here. No? Nothing. Really nothing? Alternate question. Where are those rose hips? That's not the cave, is it? This can't be it. No. Okay, that's just weird texture. Where could the... What's going on? Okay, fishing hole points in the direction of the rose hips and continue on and the cave is there. So we find the fishing hole, we find the rose hips, and we draw a line. The fishing hole should be somewhere in this direction, maybe even right... There it is. Okay. Fishing hole. And rose hips are here. So we turn directly away from the fishing hole, and the cave should be right exactly where we were looking just now. What the hell? Unless... Is it possible that the entrance is on a different side of this rock? I think that might be what has done us in. So let's eat a little. Let's eat a little and check. See what we can find. Snag a couple of sticks on the way. Alright, so the cave has to be somewhere on this side, perhaps? It's not looking like it, unless... Aha. Okay, here it is. This is a pretty hidden little spot. Forest cave. Well, I guess that's not the most descriptive thing. I wouldn't necessarily say this was in a forest. But I'm always down for a rifle cartridge. What was that? Dude, take one of these cedars. We'll probably end up using it. And... okay, nothing else in here. Rest in peace, dude. Okay, and now we want to head due south and just clean up that one little bit by the road. Oh my god. Walking against the wind is the worst. The absolute German sausage. Okay, I think just about this should be south. Still pretty cold. Not losing temperature so fast as to be concerned. It's noon, so things are still warming up. And hopefully, there's nothing fluffy along the way. Yeah, that's a strange forest noise. Okay, yeah, I think we just want to go past these rocks. Yeah, we want to keep the ice fishing pond on our right. And that looks like a little picnic area. I do remember that from the campaign. Okay, let's keep it walking. Keep it walking Christopher style. And can we see the road from here? I think that's probably a... And here comes a blizzard. We're not quick about this. We, might get, lose the opportunity to do this charcoal. So let's run over here and hope against hope that we're in the right spot. Okay. I'd say that's probably good enough. Yeah, so we want to go down the road, cross the bridge, and once the road turns to the right, then we want to go kind of at a 10 o'clock. Let's try to give this wolf a pretty wide berth. Just because I'm not looking for trouble. Doesn't mean it won't find me, but I'm not looking for it. Okay. I think we might be okay. Yeah. Come on. It's barely a breeze. You can't walk this slowly against it. But I guess our dude is just enjoying the weather. Enjoying the sights. Okay. Our buddy over there just gave an awoo. I think we're far enough away that we don't need to worry about it, even if we are upwind. I hope anyway. Yeah, we should be good. Just to head along the road. You can really call this a road. More like a slightly battered down path. There's cave number 1. And cave number 2 is up in the rocks a little bit farther along the cliff face. Shouldn't have any trouble finding it. Come on. Actually, is there anything interesting down in that waterfall? Not that I can see. Nothing so tempting as to lure me over. Yeah, we just want to go through this field area, and then somewhere up on the left. You know, honestly, I should probably put a spray paint up on the wall next to it to make it easier to find. I think I'll do that. Okay, where's our... Might be that one there. Don't hold me to that, though. Because that was just kind of a vibe feeling. Yeah, there it is. So that little nub. Whoops. This guy. That's a body. And I remember looting it under the cave entrance. Alright, unfortunately, it's become cloudy, so we won't have the pleasure of using the magnifying glass to light a fire. There's a spent torch I tossed. So I might as well pick that up just to clean it up. Only you can stop forest fires. And I believe the way up was around here to the right. In fact, I'm certain of it. Okay. Feeling good. And looking good. Okay, it is kind of dark. Kind of dark. We don't have a great option. Come on. Please don't break my leg. We don't have a great option for lighting this fire. I'm thinking maybe we try to sleep for an hour or two, because it is only noon. And if we sleep for a little bit, maybe we can sleep until this cloudiness goes away. And to the point where we still have some daylight to light a fire. Pick this guy up, go backwards. 259 days. It's pretty respectable. Okay. No such luck, and I don't think we're going to get any luck. So let's use our... Well, first we can take this charcoal. And unfortunately, I think we're going to have to use a match. Do we have to use a match, really? Yeah, I guess we do. Hate to see it. That's the way it's got to be. Then we can grab a few torches. I think we have one or two in the inventory already. Add another book. And take a... That's a good torch. We can take a couple torches. That's an okay torch. That's a pretty good torch for only having 29 minutes of burn time on the fire. I'm not sure if this is actually true, but I get the vibe that the more burn time there is on the fire, the higher quality torch you can pull from it. Which, I mean, it makes sense, but it's not exactly something I've done a statistical analysis of, just sort of going off of the few times that I've had the experience of pulling torches from different fires of varying length. Okay, still looking around just in case there's any coal. Because I might even like to start a long-term fire on the inside, just on the inside of the end of the cave here. Which, I believe, is out here to the right. I don't remember what went over to the left, but I think the exit that I'm looking for is over here to the right. Now, it wouldn't be the first time I got lost in a cave. Don't remind me of those ice caves up in Hushed River Valley. But I think... Never mind. Luckily, though, this was a quick dead end, as opposed to an entire involved situation. Feels like every time I have an instinct to go somewhere, I should probably choose the other direction. See if this guy's got any charcoals to pull. That's going to be a no. Just some stones. No coal. Picked up coal when I was coming through this way last time. So it's not exactly improbable that there's none laying around. And if I was looking for an exit, I'm not sure which way I would be. But this is looking promising, because usually the rooms don't open up like this unless they're transitory to a different location. Okay, that's probably a dead end, but that is certainly an exit. Okay, let's see. Let's light another torch. Maybe one of the lower quality ones. And light. Yeah, there's my fire from before. Take the charcoal, thank you very much. Oops. Didn't mean to travel. I meant to clean up that torch. Okay, and it is actually kind of bright. Let's see how far we can go. I don't think it's so windy this torch will blow out. I'm hoping it's not so windy the torch will blow out. Nope. Bro. Because it's still bright enough, we can pop a charcoal. And, okay, we do get the cave system. Very nice. Ooh, that is almost out. Let's keep this torch going quickly. And, okay, good. That was pretty close. Let's see if this looks like it's a dead end up here. But let's see if it actually is. Alright, come on. It's not so windy that you can't walk. Delicious hydration. Okay, this... Well, it doesn't look too much like a dead end. But I still can't tell yet. And no, there is a little cheeky path up this way. Just make sure there's nothing this way. And a little bit of firewood, maybe. Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you very much. And let's see what's over here. Move a little bit around. Aha, power line. Interesting. Toss this guy down. Pop a char. Maybe not the best location, but I don't want to have a gap here. Ooh, that was rather illuminating, actually. And this is almost dead. So, new torch. There we go. And let's head around here and see exactly what we can find. Okay. So now we're here. Where are we here? I'm not sure. Okay, if we can see a turn in the river to the right, we know we're at that bend, and maybe a little bit past that we want to do a charcoal. But until then... Yeah, this is just that little tributary. And here's the turn to the right. Okay, this is much more involved for what I thought would just be a little transitory bit. Okay, okay, this is a proper dead end. So torch goes down. Charcoal goes up. Let's get that dead end marked out. Doesn't look like a dead end. Honestly, it looks like there should be something on the other side. But if there is, it's not accessible from here. Okay, so let's keep heading down. Hopefully, we'll be able to find some kind of shelter before night falls. If not, we can head back to the cave. Actually, if we start to run out of torches... Yeah, there's the hydroelectric dam. If we start to run out of torches, I might just make a fire and pull some more. Yeah, this torch is kinda low, and I hear the wind getting a little bit strong. A great son, a better man, Godspeed. Can I please not be stuck? Please? There we go. Okay. We need to start a fire. And this cave is the perfect place to do it. Assuming that there's no sleeping bear inside. But I'm not seeing one. Okay. So we got this guy here. Let's pop you down. Starter is going to be our torch and book. Okay. Just barely squeaked that one in. And as always, an absolute pleasure.
Come on.
Oops, did not mean to take torch, but that's a pretty good one, so let's keep it. As always, it's an absolute pleasure to first save a match, and second, clean up a few of these ruined torches. Alright, this might actually be the place to spend the night. Add some books, and let's actually do some of these reclaimed. So 3 hours. That's a good chunk of time.
Dusk, so night can't be far behind.
More books, sardine, matches. Love to see it. Exactly what I was looking for. Exactamundo. Okay, this. Another campfire. Let's put that book in and see if there's any more surveying that we can do before nightfall. I don't think it's too dark to survey yet. So we got the cave. No, we don't have this cave actually. First things first, let's put this cave on the map. And maybe we can go up there. That looks like a little spot that we can sneak up. I still think it's light enough to continue surveying, so let's go. In fact, let's go fast. Okay, we got a little cheeky cliffside path over here. And it's high up. Yeah, that's definitely 100% the hydroelectric dam. Oh, look at all these nice little maple saps. Oh, what a poor sap. Alright, you love to see it. And maybe right about here is going to give us a nice little vantage point. Okay, quite nice actually. And will this path over here end up at that door to the hydroelectric dam? I'm thinking it might. This is not particularly hospitable on the way over. So maybe that's not the way we come back. Okay, the question though, is there a door to go in? I feel like there wouldn't be... Whoa, hello, where are you? Okay, you're not actually invisible. Okay, so... Well, I definitely don't see a way up there. I'm hoping that this ice doesn't break. Yeah, there's 100% not a way up there through those rocks. Maybe on the left side, though. Let's see if we can find a way up, and perhaps away from this wolf. We're not exactly hurting for food, especially if we can get into this dam. Okay, this looks like another cave. It is another cave or something over there, but I can't walk to it from here. Come on. This is... Don't tell me this is a dead end. Okay, it's not. We do have a little bit of a path. And... Okay, I'd hoped that we had lost the wolf. Come on, give me the cairn. Story's not yet written. Okay, we might have lost the wolf in all this confusion. And this actually does look like it's going to head towards the dam. Okay. Yeah, I hear you, punk. A little bit of firewood. And let's actually go in the dam and see where that puts us. Because this would be a nice little Dark Souls style shortcut that I didn't know about before. If it does indeed go through the dam. Although, if it does let us off at the dam, it's going to let us off on the wrong side of that extremely labyrinthine set of interior corridors.
Surrounded by snow. Nothing to drink.
Oh, you got stuff to drink. Okay, let's see. We got our stairs. This is looking promising. Okay, we'll have to check all this stuff in the morning. Unfortunately, we're not going to get back to our fire. Okay, that door is not enterable. Troll. And ain't no way that I'm trying to sneak around on that ledge. Ain't no way. Sorry. At least not during the day, or during the night. Is there really... Is this really just the backside of the dam and there's nothing, no way to get in? Well, I guess that's about what I was expecting, based on that door in the guts of the dam being not able to be opened. Well, could have been worse. Let's give it a double check. Yeah, we'll have to check this in the morning. Let's head back to our cave. and see if the fire is still going. I don't have high hopes for the fire, but you can still dream. Okay, we're eating, we're drinking, we're being... That is not what I meant to click. We're being merry. There we go. Yeah, maybe we do have to hunt this guy. Okay, let's head out. And we can check that tomorrow morning. In fact, we can probably pop a charcoal and see if any doors are revealed. That could help. But for now, we're just trying to sneak back to the water. And once we get there, it ought to be a safe trip to our cave, because I think, well, I'm hoping, that the wolf went back to his... And that's a blizzard. Or at least it's a lot of fog. Okay, yeah, if this guy is still around... Yeah, we're fighting. Come on, punk. Let's do this before it gets too dark. Coward. Yeah, right in the butt. That's right, run. I'm just gonna chase you for however long it takes. Yeah, there's not too much that he can run to, because I do want that arrow back. Buddy, where'd you go? You're there. Yeah, if you just want to run over here, as long as it's not thin ice. If it's thin ice, I'm gonna be mad. Okay, you can keep... Up. Come on. Yeah, that's right. You can go away and not pounce on me. Thank you very much. Okay, still looking... don't run up that way. Come on. Stay down here where near the cave where I want to go and harvest you. It was not meant to be. Well, to be completely honest, that fire only had 3 hours of burn time on it. It's almost certainly burned down by now. Achoo! Wow. Sneeze. Okay, where's our fluffy friend? Yeah, where the heck did this guy go? He couldn't have ran all the way to the dam, could he? Oh, that's where the tracks say he went. What the heck is this? Okay, he was running and then... I guess he stopped running? I hope? Those aren't bear prints, are they? No, they're too small. The hell is that? Just a tree branch. I hope it's just a tree branch. It is, okay. Where are these paw prints? Here they are. And they went over. Yeah, this guy just went towards the dam, huh? But where did he end up? I don't hear his pitter patter, and I didn't hear his... No, that was just a creak, not a pitter patter. If I were wolf, where the heck would I be? Oops. Love a good chip. Just need a fish to go with it. Okay, come on now. Where'd this wolf go? There he is. Okay, that is... Yeah, sorry buddy, I know it's not very dignified. Okay, that's, I guess, a decent place for it to be. I wonder if the night sky is bright enough. It's not. So it's still warm. I definitely don't want to try going across that, because that looks a little bit spicy. That looks way too spicy for me. Okay, so we could actually probably sleep until just about dawn. Yeah. We'll harvest this guy using the, hopefully, lower quality hunting knife. Okay, nice. Yeah, hunting knives last for so long now. I almost always find a new one before I need to worry about the current one running out of condition.
I might have to drop some gear.
Okay, so that's fine. And we can just find a little bit of a cozy windbreak somewhere. Maybe... yeah, right about here looks good. Just snuggle down. And let's not go too crazy on the napping. Just do a few hours at a time, because I don't want to wake up in a blizzard. Well, I don't want to wake up completely frozen in a blizzard, because we'd have to go all the way back to that cave or find somewhere to start a fire. Okay, this is fine. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about this. And actually, hunting that wolf is going to end up being pretty convenient on the longevity without going back to a base side of things. Here's hoping we have a clear day tomorrow. Okay, so now it really is getting colder. And that's an aurora. Luckily, we took care of that wolf before the aurora came. Here's hoping this is the only wolf in the area. It might not be. They usually travel in packs.
Too much stuff to carry.
But with luck, aurora means we can do a little bit of surveying. Okay, nice. Hello, to lower dam. That really is that door, isn't it? The question is, am I crazy enough to try to walk over here? I might not be. Well, let's think about it for a moment. I'll be back. All right, and we're back. I'm juggling some logistics for cat diabetes purposes. So that's... oh, hold on, why is this giving me an activate? I guess because there's a crate nearby. Okay, so I suppose at this rate, because I don't really want to start a fire, I suppose we head back to that cave and pick up the charcoal, sleep the rest of the night, and then hope we still have a nice clear day tomorrow, because then we can restart the fire with the magnifying glass. Praise be upon him. And otherwise just be a little bit warmer. Because yeah, I don't know if I'm brave enough to try to sneak across to get to the lower dam there. But I don't see another way. In the morning, let's try to find a way. That doesn't include sneaking across that certainly instant death dam. Instant death fall. I have a bad... As you can tell from the, this way, the missing campfire here, I have a bad experience with long falls. And I don't trust the traversal enough. Actually, this being an aurora isn't going to help anything over there, is it? No, I didn't see any electronics that I could access. Yeah, I don't think there were any electronics up there that I could get at. So, yeah, I don't trust the traversal and walking to be consistent enough to not just bump me off that edge there and make me fall down. So, I wonder if there's a way to sneak around on the right. Feels unlikely, but then why else would there be a thing here? A transition. Yeah, that's just lights. Yeah, there were no electronics on the outside that I had access to. Okay, well, you know, I guess it doesn't hurt to sprint while you're freezing. This should be our cave. Yep, that tree limb looks familiar. Get some sticks, see if we can get a lucky fire going tomorrow. But first, let's warm up. In the back of the cave. Okay, perfect. So we are warming up. We can drink some and sleep until dawn. We should wake up nice and healthy. We wake up nice and warm. How long do we have to sleep? Maybe... Probably can't get all 5 hours in. Well, maybe we can. I'm not sure. And what's the weather like? Ooh, that looks sunny. That looks sunny. My favorite.
Too heavy.
Oh, it's just heavy enough. Okay, drink a little bit. And let's see if we can get this fire started. Get our charcoal first. Start fire, and beautiful. Absolutely magnifique. And in addition to cooking all this wolf meat, I think we'll make a little bit of water. And the bitrate is tanking again. This is... I don't know if it's a network problem on my end or Twitch just being... You know how it is. But sometimes it just decides it doesn't really feel like being reasonable. And reload, question mark. Let's go here. And this. Yeah, it's not great, but it's also not the worst thing in the world. And it should resolve itself. Okay. First, let's get started with this meat. And we definitely have enough... Lots of sticks. We definitely have enough firewood to get as much water as we want here. Let's think. There's also this area over to the right here. We took a right outside of the cave system. We could have taken a left. Okay. Well, let's get cooking. It's almost noon. It should warm up. And we might even get the wind down a little bit. If blah, blah, blah. If the wind does go down a little bit, then we may be able to get some torches and bring them somewhere. Okay, and water. And maybe just a little bit more water. Yeah, 3 liters is definitely enough. For a while.
This pack is getting kind of
Okay,
heavy.
it's no longer sunny. And how do we want to deal with this? I think we want the charcoal anyway. So let's just put actually a bunch of this wood here. Okay, we might be back, and there's a little bit more. Well, maybe we can cook that last bit of meat later. Unless, let's see how hungry we are. Okay, 2 full kilos, and yeah, I think let's head out first. Let's head out now, and hopefully we'll be back in time to cook on the last bit of that fire. Okay, we want to go up on this little cheeky bit to the right, because if there's going to be a sneaky spot over to the other end of that dam, it's going to be over here. And that is a body under those crows. Did I see a body up here last time? Or is that new? I hear more crows. Are they flying or... Well, let's see what the deal with this body is. Okay, that's a deer that we did not see, and it has very nice an arrow. My favorite. And let's actually get this meat in the hide. I don't think we need the guts. We've got a bunch of guts. Probably more than we need. For a while, anyway. Okay. Yeah, how many guts do we have? Carrying 2, and then there's God knows how many being cured at all of our bases. Okay, if I was a cheeky way across, I would want to be up the right here. That is a lot of boulder to have to traverse to get over there. I don't think it's possible. Which means that really the only way is going to be sneaking across that ledge. I hate it. I hate that the idea of even doing that. Well, I guess let's give it a little bit more of a look. Okay, there's something else over there, and there's also a cheeky little way up into the hills. Let's check that out. No, let's check the dam first. We'll get that on the way back. Yeah, there's something dead over there. I don't know what. Okay, let me check. You can go here. You can go here. You're fine, you're fine. Why are there so many? 1, 2, 3. Why are there so many different peas? Okay, at any rate, let's leave that there. Check you, make sure you're going. Okay, you are going. And then cancel, head back here. Um, 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 um. Yeah, you're there. Exit you. Check the thin style, see if this is going. Okay, you are going. Fantastic. Head back. And check you. Okay, you look like you're going fine. And okay, come back here and we're back. All right, let's be quick about this because this foggy sort of I mean, I guess it's not foggy, it's just rather, I'd say it's a little bit hazy. This foggy, hazy, overcast weather is not, in my mind, it threatens blizzard, and I don't want to get stuck out here. Especially if I, against my better current judgment, decide to try and cross that little ledge. So let's take a look at it. And if we do decide to give it a try, we'll have to be extremely careful. Very careful. The first thing I want to look at is there a viable path? Like, do those little slanted bits go out too much to walk over? That is the first thing to check. Actually, the first thing to check is this container. And empty. Okay, so there's plenty of reclaimed wood up here. And I don't know what this is. What is this? Some kind of bench of some sort. Okay, so this guy, what does this say? Okay, no entrance, probably. All right, here's the question. Can we sneak to this edge here? It looks like yes. And you know what? This looks eminently walkable. So let's just take it real careful. This looks a little bit dangerous here. So you don't just press W. And it should be... Whoops. That was a weird geometry bump. Must have been a one-off thing. Let's definitely hug the left side of the wall as much as we can. And just let the edge of the wall move us forward. Okay, so that was pretty stressful, but apparently, as long as you're paying attention in that middle bit, not the most dangerous thing to do. And now, I believe we have access to a shortcut through the hydroelectric dam. Can we climb through a window here, or how do we get in? We do climb through a window. And this probably goes to the engine room. Don't tell me this was one way. I'm going to be so mad if this was one way. You have got to be kidding me. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. Come on now. Ah, well, that was a mistake. Alright, it's not the worst thing in the world. We can do a little bit of checking here. And we can just triple check that we can't get back up. You have got to be kidding me, man. Yeah, you see, this is why I was confused, because this is definitely blocked. Cloth. Don't need that. Can, don't need it. Just check some containers, because now we're not completely encumbered. Searched. Didn't have anything good, huh? Okay, well, I guess it might have been worth the matches. Okay, well, we just made the mistake of going through a one-way region change that was not signposted. Thank you very much, Hinterlands, for that. Maybe not the best game design. And let's see how long it takes us to get all the way back to where we where we originally came from. Because we're a little bit low on food. Man, really? There's no way back? I'm just quite salty about this. I was definitely here before. As you can tell by the already discovered memento box. Okay, well, I guess if that's how it's going to be, that's how it's going to be. Let's see if we can head through this compound before we lose the light. He says almost immediately losing the light. I don't think we can start a fire in here, can we? No. You have got to be kidding me. It's dark. We don't really have a way. You know, that is really frustrating. I think we're just going to have to burn a torch on this. God, what a waste. Okay, let's go. Yeah, this is just completely dark in here. At least we have our bedroll. Okay, we're in Mystery Lake. That means we need to go past the ravine. What an annoyance. Some scrap metal just in case we want to make some hooks for later. Need to go past the ravine into Coastal Highway. God damn. Past the cave, back to Pleasant Valley, across the... Ah, man, Hinterlands, terrible design. Terrible choice in design. But I guess we just kind of have to suck it up. Alright. This ought to be... Yep, this engine room. Too encumbered. What? Since when? Well, I guess we can fix that. A little bit of drinking. And I'm actually hoping against hope that it'll let us into one of these windows here. Yeah, against hope is right. There's no way up there. Okay, that was a waste. So let's just get out of here. Hope we don't break anything. Okay. Come on. And all that danger. All that danger for a one-way traversal. I don't even need the painkillers in the can opener. Let's get outside fast so we can start a fire with this and cook that meat. The venison that we found and the wolf meat that we forgot last time. Okay, here we go. And let's just check. There should be some stuff in here. I don't remember if I left any food. Okay, there's a decent-ish amount of food. Full-on rifle. And enough water that I don't care to put any more. Okay. Do we have a fire closer? No, I think we'll just start it right here. We're as quick as we can. Please? Alright, this'll do, just because this torch is almost burned out. That was a fire of desperation. God, I am just still salty about that. Okay. Do some sticks. Place this meat. Place the meat. And let's think. I'm hoping Mr. Wolf that's right on the other side of that chain link fence is not there. If he is, I'm going to be a little bit salty about it. But we'll see. We'll listen for him. 2 hours. You're 38. Okay, we'll place you. You know, there is an upside here, and that is... The upside is that, yeah, I'm not going to find memento cache over there somewhere. The upside is that we don't need to worry about daylight or weather conditions because we've already, well, we've already surveyed most of this region. And there's nothing really to take from it. Okay. Get some of this water just because if we're lucky, we'll have enough food and water to head Mystery Lake, Ravine, Coastal Highway, Pleasant Valley, and back to that cave in one go, without any other stops. Okay, and meat-wise... Alright, we're done with the meat, and we still have time and carry weight for water. So let's hit these guys until this fire burns out. Cook, cook, cook. Actually, we are a little bit low on fatigue. It's not the worst thing in the world. There are a couple of places we can sleep in the ravine, but I think if we leave now, or if we leave when this fire burns out, we should be able to get past the ravine before it gets really dark. Yeah, we're kind of pushing it on the water side of things, weight-wise. But it's not too bad. 32 minutes. Did not mean to drink that, but I suppose it's not the end of the world. Pick you up, we can leave one. And I want to see what I've left in front of that door. We'll head back to get the charcoal out of that fire, but I want to see what's here. And also maybe do a little bit of a test, see if I can hear a wolf. Yeah, what is this? Okay, just a metric buttload of flares and hunting knife. Okay, I don't hear or see anything. So let's take these things and actually put them inside. Just because it's kind of a waste for, well, let's keep a couple of flares. I think we can manage the weight, especially if we put a little bit of this water inside the hydro dam. Because I'm not going to be mad about that. Yeah, main entrance. Okay. So we put a couple of the flares, the cargo pants, and yeah. We can keep 2 flares apiece. That's pretty good. And let's leave a little bit more water here. I think 3 liters should get us all the way. Okay, and that's enough of an emergency food stash that if we do need to, we can head back. Basically, if we end up here, there's enough stuff that will get us back to the main base on this region, which is at this camp office. All right, give me this charcoal. And let's prepare Parabellum, because who knows what this wolf has done. Do we have charcoal here? We do have charcoal. Love to see it. And let's get out of here. Head to the next region. And hopefully get past that deadly fall in the broken train bridge before it gets dark. Be a little bit careful because we do have 2 smelly bellies. Which are delectable to wolf-shaped friends. I think we made it. There is a wolf in the region. He's too far away to be my problem. Okay. Actually, we can probably eat one of these guys. And drink just to get the just to get the weight a little bit more off. You know what? I forgot to drop a hunting knife. Well, I guess it's fine. I was wondering where all that extra mass was coming from. It was the hunting knife. Okay. So we should be safe in this region. All we need to do is be careful where we step. Bastion style. I think we can probably cut off the railroad tracks here. Because if I follow the tracks, I know that I'm gonna, well, one, I'm not gonna find these beautiful birch saps. And two, I'm certain that I would miss the,
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
certain I would miss the off-ramp that I want to hit to get around on that tree trunk that goes across the ravine. Okay, that sounds like a deer noise. It is a deer noise. As long as it's not a wolf noise or a moose noise, I'm usually pretty confident about dealing with it. Wolf noise, well, as long as it's not pitch black and too dark to see, I'm fine with wolf noises. Moose noises, well, those are a problem. Is that a cheeky little spot over here? I think we maybe want to pop a charcoal over here if we can. Because this looks like a little bit of space that might be accessible. And I don't know where it goes. So we take a quick peek. Okay, that looks like a deer. Yeah, this might just be a dead end. Is there a cave here? That looks like a cave entrance. Okay, you know what? We might even take the opportunity to pop a quick squat here. Because this looks like a cute little area. Let's see how dark it is when we're done with this charcoal. It really didn't give us this cave? I am furious. Give it to me. Well, it'll say cave. Is there anything in here? Just rocks, no bears?
Night is coming.
Okay, this is basically empty. So good for sleeping. Not good for not showing up on the map. So can we please get you on the map? Okay, thank you. That was very unnecessary. Alright. I think, though, we're going to get some meat off this guy. Hide. Even a couple of gut. And we'll see where that puts us. Night-wise and bright-wise. Okay, probably too dark to survey. And it's not, so let's just be careful. I want to go and pop charcoal right around this corner here. And let's just say we're coming back to that cave to sleep. So I don't mind running this fatigue out. That's a deer noise, I think. What is this, charcoal? Or coal? I want to go around the rock, and is there any possible thing to survey in this direction? It doesn't look like it. It seems like that actually is a proper map edge. Yeah, that's a proper map edge. So let's head back to the cave. Sleep. Hopefully until dawn. And again, we'll check the we'll gauge the weather. If it's nice and sunny, we might start a fire and do a little bit of cooking. Okay. looking fantastic. Okay, here's our cave, I think. Yeah, this is probably it. So let's just back up so we start slowing down. Because I've come to realize that your walk speed lets you know if you are considered in the inside warm part of the cave. We do not want to survey, we want to take a nap for 9 hours. I think that'll actually put us pretty close to, if not at dawn. See how the weather is. Alright, how bright are we? Not at all. The answer to how bright are we is not at all one bit. So that's not great. Okay, but we are a little bit lighter. Yeah, I suppose it's because it's not quite dawn yet. Well, that's alright. It's light enough to move out. And it's light enough that I am moderately confident to go over this train track. This broken train bridge. Which is my least favorite thing to deal with. And that's an aurora. But because there's nothing scary in this region, no predators, we are totally fine with there being an aurora. No fear. No terror. Just vibes. Just ad hoc, impromptu, airsats, electricity vibes. Alright, we're walking. Still pretty smelly, but again, no predators, no concerns. Alright, here's my prediction. I predict that during this in-game day, we'll be able to get back to our previous location to pick up those charcoals. And you know what? We might even go back to the northern side of that dam because we didn't explore the upper plateau, the upper balcony area. And that definitely had some kind of a body on it. Hopefully, we're not going to get too tired. I think we want to turn left here. Because that looks like a dead end. Yeah, there's our mountaineering rope that goes to Bleak Inlet, which means our tree trunk is yonder. There we are. Now let's hope we don't trip. Because that would be a pretty bad fall. Okay, looking good. Sneak over here and hop. Okay. Should be smooth sailing until we hit that broken rail trestle. Here's our... This is like a tunnel over here. And it's just peaceful and yet frustrating. Peaceful and certainly yet frustrating. Some of these Aurora background noises are... they really freak me out. Very concerning. Because they sound like nothing else. Which... new noise is dangerous noise, because new noise could be some kind of a predator that I'm not used to hearing. I don't spend so much time around bears that I can just know what they all sound like. Okay, but we're walking, we're walking. A little cold. but I'm not too worried about getting hypothermia. I think before that really starts to become a problem, we should be able to get to close to, if not into, the cave in Coastal Highway that will take us to the next, well, that will take us north, I should say. Alright, here's some water that we dropped, because it was so heavy last time we were coming this way. We were lugging everything we had found in the Bleak Inlet back from the Bleak Inlet to our base in the Coastal Highway. And encumbrance was a serious concern. Okay. So dawn is arriving. And it is arriving just in time for us to be able to see where we're stepping on this rail trestle over here. Which is great because there are a hell of a lot of ways that you can fall off this thing. Falling between these slats in the wood here, and, well, that makes you have to walk on the actual iron spike, not spike, the iron rail. What the hell is this thing called? I guess just the iron rail. And the breaks in the rail that make you have to very carefully walk across the wood supports as is necessary. And I think we picked the wrong one to step on here. So let's do a little shuffle across. We can tiptoe across this guy here. And then another little shuffle, be very careful. Tiptoe, tiptoe, and we should be safe. Right over there. I think maybe even right here is where I fell before. Let's not do that again. It didn't end well. Okay, yeah, dawn is upon us. Vision is visible. Vision is easy to come by. And we're moving pretty fast. Just have to skirt the northern edge of the next map. Hit the, what's the word I'm looking for? Hit the cave. Maybe even use the magnifying glass to start a fire to get some torches. What's our torch situation? Okay, we've got one strong torch. So I probably want to pull one or two more. Because there's a couple of caves to go through. And I think I left the...
I might have to drop some gear.
Oh, you don't have to drop anything. I believe that I left the storm lantern on this northern cave at the other side of the cave. So we can't use it to traverse from here. Yeah. I think that's the way it's going to be. So if we can continue being sunny and not overcast, we should be able to avoid burning a match to light a fire for those torches. Okay, but let's see. Do we want to go down? I think
Thank goodness.
we're probably going to have to slide down here to the right and go across, because I don't think it's possible to actually stay up this high. Because that cliff there blocks us. I believe that's the case. Okay. Yeah, that's a dead end over there. A caved in. That's a deer. Okay, so that tunnel's caved in, which means we do have to go around to the right. And this is a path that I'm not very familiar with. But I do know that there's possibly a wolf on the right here. I hear a woos, but they sound much farther over in that direction. Hopefully we won't have to worry about it. Let's more or less follow this deer. Okay, excellent sight line. And no fluffies in sight. Okay, down this way. Hopefully we can be quick enough to not break an ankle. Can we? Please? Okay, so let's wait here for a moment. So we're probably cutting somewhere around here. So we really just want to skew as left as we can. We can't do too much. That looks like a cheeky little house over here. Have we been here before? I'm not sure. I suppose we can pop a charcoal if there's a rabbit grove. No, we haven't discovered a rabbit grove, so I don't think I've been to this house. Just take a quick look. There is a body there. And what has it got? Hey, buddy. It looks like it's got something over there. What is that? Pry bar. I don't need a pry bar. In fact, I'm not even... Well, I've been here before.
We need to find some place to escape this cold.
I've been here before because that body was empty and not searchable. It was searchable, but it was pre-searchable empty. Okay, let's hop into this cabin and warm up. It looks like we might get lucky with the weather.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Okay, yeah, I've definitely been here before. I just didn't put it on the map with a charcoal. What was that? Broom and crate. Okay. So it looks like there's not much of anything here. And that's fine. We really only want it for the warmth. Let's do a little bit of eating, a little bit of drinking. Get the weight down again. And while we warm up, let's first hope that the wind we hear outside is just my imagination. And let's second take a quick little stretch and hydration break. I'll be back momentarily. And just take a quick stand up, maybe a little walk around, get the blood moving again. Okay, and we're back. And we are warm. And only a little bit tired. So, let's get it moving. And, oh my goodness, it is a sunny. Love to see it. Absolutely cannot get enough of the sun. The Beatles were truly correct when they sang, "Here comes the sun, do-do-do-do. Here comes the sun." And that's not a way we want to go. That looks like a great way to break an ankle. Or maybe more. But down here, I think we can sneak this. Whoops. Just want to zigzag it. Because if I go down at too steep of an angle, it'll hop me off and launch me into the stratosphere. Okay, this ought to be here. This bridge. So we still want to skew left. And I believe that X search mark, I believe that is where the switchback that leads to the cave is. Because I remember only luckily stumbling across the location last time. Yeah, I hear a wooze to the right, which is typical because there are usually, yeah, packs of wolves on the lake. And also sometimes a bear over in the southeastern portion of the map. Yeah, so here's our first switchback, I think. Is it? Yeah, that's a switchback we want to take up here. Okay.
Something's gotta go.
Let's get some sticks for our future fire. The one we're going to make right in front of the cave. How did I not come by this corpse before? Andy has a charcoal? Whoops. Okay, here we go this way. And I don't actually recognize this pass. I don't know where this is going to spit us out. Oops, it's a bit steep. And there we go, get on some flat. Yeah, where? So maybe this is the corpse? I don't know. I really don't know where this is going to put us. Okay. Okay, this is good. This is the other way to get to this trailer. The first time I got to the trailer, I came from the right here. There's I guess a second switchback area that you can get up. So this is more familiar. Trailer, yeah, we're gonna head up this way and eventually, I believe, hang a left. I do believe we hang a left eventually. Oh yeah. There's our mark. Okay, let's just keep it moving before any clouds decide to come around and ruin our day. And ruin my aspirations to use a magnifying glass. Just a nice peaceful little hike. Man, you know, because I spend so much time around the Misanthrope's homestead, I sometimes forget how big this region is. That is a ways. Okay, now we hang left, and this road dead ends at the mine entrance. Yeah. No awoos, nothing fluffy, just a straight shot. Okay, we're just going to put enough wood on this fire to pull a couple of torches to get us through the mine. Don't want to spend a whole lot of time here because I do still want to attempt at least to get back to our previous location. Books. I guess we can go stick first and then toss the book because we have maximum cooking, so we can't use the wilderness kitchen for anything other than burning, of course.
Come on.
Yeah, so start with you.
Turned out pretty well.
We will add the wilderness kitchen. We'll add the ruined torch just to get it away out of here.
Too heavy.
Okay, that's a good torch to take. And one more. That's halfway decent. Can we get a third? Yeah, okay. So this torch isn't the best, but it'll get us started. And maybe even snag a few sneaky coals. Always good to have a coal. Because we're not so encumbered that we need to worry about lightening the load quite yet. Especially if we're going to be dropping by Thompson's... I always want to say Hunter's Crossing. But if we're going to be dropping by Thompson's Crossing, this feels like a dead end. Am I wrong about that? No? Question mark? Huh. Yeah, I've never been good at navigating this particular mine. So much coal. Okay, I do remember this. So I think we're going the right way. Okay, still looking good. Yeah, this should be okay.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Oh, it's got kind of heavy, bud. Yeah, take a right, and we should... I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like we should be kind of close. Okay, let's start our next torch. Which is even better quality than that one. Not by much, though. Okay, do we go up? I think we do. Yeah. Yes, we do. In fact, if we can keep these torches going all the way to our Thompson's Crossing base, we can light the stove and even do some cooking. Well, no, let's just drop by. Let us just drop by quickly to try to get back to our previous location. Yeah, there's the storm lantern on the wrong side of the mine. Okay, and we want to head somewhere over there as quick as we can get there. Is there a faster way down? I wouldn't trust that at all. So it looks like we're going the long way, which, actually... No, we can probably cut left early. I was thinking about maybe charcoaling a little bit to the north here. Just because we happen to be heading that way. But I don't think we will. Because I don't think we have to go all that far north. And I'd like to cut the transport, the traveling time, as much as possible. One thing to worry about is that wolf that was by the bridge. Ought to still be there. I'm hoping the two that were sharking around in the town are still taking a little bit of a nap. Okay. Start another torch. Oh, and that just got blown out. Okay, well, so much for that plan. It's still sunny. As long as we can get to the cave while it's still sunny, we can use the magnifying glass again. So it's not the end of the world. Actually, I've been using this bow a little bit. How's it doing? 15%. I'm thinking we might switch out the bow for the higher quality one at Thompson's Crossing. Because from this cave, once we get back and get our charcoal from that fire, I think I want to head straight to, what was this called? Keeper's Path South. I want to see where that goes next. This is where that wolf would be. keep hearing noises, but apparently not wolf noises. This 15% is maybe 10 shots. I'd like a little bit more. This is a low enough quality bow that I would be comfortable. Ditching it. And there's another concern, we have 3 scent marks. So anybody who snorts us will be coming straight this way. There's the community center. And this is pretty steep. Do we see a wolf? We do see a wolf right there. And he's in the way. Let's see if we can go around to the right. Shouldn't be much of a detour. Shouldn't be much at all. And based on the wind, we should be downwind from him, so I don't think he'll be hunting us quite yet. Yeah, I'm not too mad about this much of a detour. He is a little bit out of the way, but not enough to cry tears over. Okay, let's see where that wolf is from here. Or even better, if there's a way down, it might just be cliff. I'm not entirely sure. It's looking pretty steep, but maybe over here. Yeah, this is a little bit steep for me. Oof. Yeah, that's a little bit steep. So one more around. One more around, and that should do us to get onto the road. Cross the road, go over the stream, the frozen river. Over the frozen river, and that should take us right into town. Alright, come on now. Let's get a move on. And we can drop a couple of these knives at the... storehouse. Okay, ominous noise. Yeah, this is traversable. Here we go. Okay. Much farther north than I would have liked. But it is what it is. Better than getting into a fight we didn't need to get into. Let's take it straight down to the river. Alright, unfortunately now we're walking into the wind. And you know what that means? My least favorite thing possible. Walking slow. S-L-O-W. We can also drop a bunch of these pelts and guts to cure. That'll lose some additional weight. Free up some carry space. And maybe some more food for a longer journey. Okay. Just in case there's something sharking around town, let's be prepared. Always better safe. He says as he walks backwards into the place that the wolves would be. That is a tree trunk, just a stump. And this, there used to be... Okay, here we go. I saw some crows circling around this guy. But I didn't realize where he was, so I didn't search him before.
Could end up being useful.
Okay. Yeah, that guy's got our scent. Look at him coming. He's coming. Because now we are upwind from him. So we just need to stay on mission, on task, and get inside this. Yeah, he's snorting us pretty well. Guess that's what 3 scent marks will do to you. Yep. Too slow, bud. Where'd you go? Too slow.
Too much stuff to carry.
Okay, perfect. So now what we want to do is first, that is a high quality survival bow. Let us drop a whole bunch of these curables. And that'll give us a ton of carry weight back. Oh yeah. Next, I guess we can keep some of these sticks. We don't need so many charcoals or coal coals. Okay, we're back. And we're dropping this firewood question mark. Actually, let's keep the fur firewood so we can pull a couple of torches at the entrance of that cave. Okay, but food-wise, how are we doing food and water-wise? Water's fine. Food is mediocre-ish. We can put these meats on the fire that we pull the torches from. Aha, that's right. We can drop all these knives, or most of them anyway. And the can opener. Yeah, 40% of knife is going to last you quite a while. And what else do we want? Let's keep the bad survival bow and use it as much as possible until it actually breaks, then we can ditch it completely with zero remorse. Arrowheads, not arrowheads. Okay, I think that we are good to go. Yes. Double check, is there anything we'd want to repair before we leave? Probably not. I want to eventually make some more crampons. It takes a heck of... Oops. Not drop. It takes a heck of a lot to repair these. 2 scrap metal in a long time, and only 23%. But it might be worth it. Because I do not want those to break. They're very strong. Oops, did not mean to eat that, but I guess actually I'm kind of hungry. So let's eat. Didn't need to eat that. Okay, how are we on weight? We have a bit of carry weight overhead. And keep this and rip it up for later. Now let's take 3 meats. 3 meats should do us just fine, and let's drop some of that extra stuff that we took from outside of the hydro dam. Okay, what can we drop? We can drop some of these painkillers. Whoops. Okay, ditch painkillers. Meat's fine. Water's okay-ish. Maybe we'll get a little bit more water. Can always drink it off. Cloth is fine. Scrap metal. Probably don't want to carry the scrap metal around. Let's get a touch of water. I guess because we're already going to start drinking it. So a touch more. Looking good. Okay, and let's head to that cave. Hope the wolf isn't camping us. Okay, I think we're alright. Now we only have 2 scent marks. Should we even have 2 scent marks? I guess it's because we've got these raw guys. So let's just be quick. Nimble and quick. Okay, hopefully. It's possible that there are wolves past the hill in front of us. I feel like it's unlikely, but we might get lucky, we might get unlucky. Who knows? Well, if we get unlucky, let's make sure we have the low condition bow equipped. I don't hear anything, and I don't yet see anything, so I think we're good. We'll just keep going over these tree-filled fields until we hit the road, then we'll follow the road all the way around. Past the bridge, we'll take a left, go up our little rock, and that will be where we hopefully still have a nice clear sky. We'll start a fire, pull some torches, go through the cave, and get our, well, I guess we'll get our charcoal, see if we need a nap, might need a nap, and then head back over to the electric dam, the hydro dam, and check that other terrace area. Okay, here we go. Looks clear. Famous last words, of course, but it does look clear. And yeah, that is trying to remember exactly when we left the electric dam at Mystery Lake. I think this might have just been, let's see. Right, we left yesterday, and then we slept overnight in the ravine, in a cave. We left the ravine in the morning, so it's only been about a half of the light part of a day. We're already back in Pleasant Valley, pretty close to where we want to be. I'm always a little bit concerned. Can you really drive a truck up a hill that is this high of a grade? This is extremely steep. You need to have some kind of ridiculous amount of torques to be able to get any kind of a load, and it feels like this is kind of a logging road. I can't imagine what kind of trucks go up this. Alternately, maybe it's just a road to service this signal station, and only things like ATVs will go up. Lots of logging goes on in this island, I suppose. Okay. So looking clear, I do remember that there was a wolf somewhere along this path. We'll see if it's still there. We have 2 scent marks, so... is that it? No, that's just something on the other side of that tree trunk. We have 2 scent marks, so we will be luring it from a decent distance away, but not from infinity away. That's not it either. Okay, come on now. Yeah, pretty peaceful so far. So I think what I would say is, if you happen to accidentally go into that one-way transition between the sort of ravine river area that we're going to and the electric dam, and you have full fatigue, full thirst, full food, you might be able to get away with coming back in one stretch. It would take almost all of your fatigue, I would think, and probably the better part of an entire day. If you have anything lost, any fatigue let down, like, you know, even if you're at 80%, I think you would have to, I think you'd be forced to take some kind of a break to sleep in between. Okay, this is the place that I'd be worried about that wolf. And hopefully it doesn't sneak up on one of these edges. I think we're all right. Yeah, we should be fine. There's cave number 1, which means we head off-road and look for that little lump on the top of a snow rock cliff that signals where cave number 2 is. Oh, you know what? Last time we were up here, I forgot to toss an orange spray paint on the wall beside the cave to make it easier to find. So let's do that this time. I think it's right there, though. Should be right in front. Yeah, that's it. I recognize it well enough. We got deer all over the place, so we ought to be pretty safe. Okay. Sneak up, and let's put this out to remember. I guess we can just put a go direction, because the cave itself shows up on the map. We don't need a second mark that designates it. Can I get up, please? Pretty please? Yeah, just more deer everywhere. Okay, we should go here. And I think we want to go have something like right about there looks good. Okay, not the most visible from the left. I suppose that's okay. And of course it just got cloudy. You have got to be kidding me. Nope, don't break that down, please. Yep, just got cloudy. Typical. Why do you hate me, weather? Well, we're gonna need that. We're gonna need that torch, so let's start the fire. I guess we do have wood matches still.
That's done.
And yeah, let's add the fur. And that should give us some pretty good torches. So just take a few of these guys. That's a good one. And actually maybe a couple more for 2 reasons. One, so that we can burn all the way to our next campfire. Because I think at this point it's getting late enough. I'm thinking about maybe doing some sleeping. Not add fuel, please. Take torch. Yeah. Because we can light that... Well, first we want to take the charcoal, then we can light it and do some cooking. I think one more ought to be just about all we need. That'll do. Just need to not get lost in this cave again. Okay. Let's not tarry. Yeah, cave system to the Carter hydroelectric dam. I should have known that it would end up spitting us out in that place. Let's see. Okay, last time I thought it was right, but that was a dead end. So this time we'll go left. And there were a couple more forks. I don't remember which ones were which. Come on. There we go. I guess we'll find out. Okay, this is looking good. Maybe... Aha. Okay, so that's a dead end, but there's our light. There is our loose. Okay, let's clean this torch up. Just so we can declutter a little bit. And can we snag this one without transiting? I don't think so. Okay, but you know what we can actually do here? As long as it doesn't get too windy, we can check this left area and see if that's a dead end or... Sounds like it's getting windy though. Come on. Oops. Light, please. Okay. So let's get a little bit this way. And yeah, maybe under this overhang, pop a torch. Not pop a torch. Pop a charcoal. It looks like this might be a dead end. Okay, it is a dead end. Not exactly sure how the water continues to flow, but not my problem. Hope the torch doesn't go out, though. Okay, so that's that. That's not out yet, but I'm sure it's low as heck. So let's snag you. Leave it. Yeah, there's nothing up there worth getting. And let's go light our fire, do some cooking. And maybe even repair a balaclava or two. That's why I brought along that wool scarf that we're going to rip up for some cloth fabric. Yeah, I just want to check that one bit of the electric. I'm so mad I didn't check that before. Such a waste. And then we can head to whatever that transitional area to the west is. Should be an easy walk. And there's definitely wolves there. Oh, you know what? There was that cheeky little place that went up. So this is... I don't know where we're going here. We'll find out. But there was that cheeky little pass that I missed. And I forgot to go back. Was it this? I don't think it was this. We'll see. Yeah, so this is the pass in the middle here. Let's light our fire, throw some shrimps on it, get the cooking started, and then check out that pass. And it ought to still be bright enough to charcoal it up. Okay, dead end that way. And let us do a little bit of a torch swap. Okay, here we go. There should be at least 7 or 8 charcoals in this fire over here, because we put a lot of burn time on it. Like a lot of burn time. Plenty of firewood in case we need it. Actually, maybe we break down all these sticks and make more charcoals while we sleep the night away. Okay, but for starters, charcoal, 9. Okay, a little bit more than I was expecting. Start with the torch and stick it. See if we have any branches or limbs. Firewood.
Come on.
Oh, hey, Gecko.
Come on.
You caught me at the end of a little frustrating bit. Okay, tidy up that torch. Okay, don't need this anymore, so let's... What do we want to do with this? Oh, I'll tell you all about it, don't you worry. Now let's get some of these low-quality torches out of here. Maybe just this one. Okay, so first, before I forget, let me cook some things. Okay, how long are these going to take? 21 minutes. I feel like they shouldn't burn. Okay, so let's toss one of these coals on. Okay, so finished mapping out Pleasant Valley, found a cave into this sort of transitional region. I hypothesized that it would lead to the Carter hydro dam, and it did. But when I looked up there, so this is the northern side of the dam. Normally you go to the southern side of the dam from Mystery Lake. I went up there and I thought, how in the actual heck are you supposed to get up there? Because I did a charcoal and it revealed this little transition zone. I was like, how in the heck do you get up there? Because the only region that you can actually walk to it's on this side of the dam. There's a little terrace here. But you can sneak very precariously across the lip of the dam, kind of like halfway up the dam, to that transition area. And so for funsies to see how that would end up, I went into the dam. But it turns out that's a one-way transition, and you can't go back. And there's something else on this upper terrace that I didn't see. So I had to walk all the way around, because I didn't want to be in Mystery Lake. I wanted to be back here. And that took, I don't know, an hour or so. The upside is that it reminded me that there was a little bit over here that I wanted to do some surveying. Yeah, so it's basically just like, it's okay if it's a one-way path. It's not okay if it doesn't signal that it's a one-way path before you go through it. Because honestly, anyone with half a brain should be able to see whether or not you'd be able to traverse. Okay, I'm hoping that we can do this charcoal fast enough to not get that meat burned. Okay, that's nice. I didn't know that there was a deer carcass there. And is there a path worth mentioning here? Not really. If anything, that's just going to lead over to the dam again. So let's see if we can find that deer. And then check to see that the meat that we just put on the Barbie didn't actually burn. And I think we might need to be a little bit quick on that. Okay, so there's the deer. We don't have time to harvest it right now because I'm worried about that meat. So let's just see if we can, I guess, first snatch this cairn up. How we all end. I guess whoever took that cairn jumped off that rock and died. Okay. And I'm worried enough about the meat and not worried about the fatigue to burn all of this sprinting. Okay, basically the plan is check the meat, stoke the fire, maybe even extra stoke the fire with all of this firewood that's in this little copse area here, sleep the night away, head back to the dam, check that last area, and then finally we can head to that western pass in Mystery Lake. Not Mystery Lake, Pleasant Valley. And that should lead us somewhere. I'm not sure it's going to lead us, I don't know, to Milton again, or if it's going to lead us back to Black Rock. So it will be a great mystery. Okay. So inedible. Okay. Well, at least one of them wasn't burned. In the meantime, let's actually toss a bunch of these sticks on. Let's chop some of these branches to get more sticks. And maybe even go and harvest that deer that we saw up there. We're not really hurting for food, but we don't have so much that we can just ignore it unless we want to go back to one of our safe houses. And I'd like to avoid that if possible. Okay. Get some branches. Branchity branch. I'm going to be so mad if I misjudge the amount of burn time that fire had. And it burns down while I'm breaking all these sticks. Okay, I think we're okay. A secondary reason for burning this fire so long...
Right here, if I thought I'd ever wake up again.
A secondary reason for burning this fire so long is to make more charcoal. Okay. Okay, that's 5 hours and change. Which should be plenty of time to go and get that deer and come back and get this fur limb broken down into firewood. Now we are taking chip damage from being extremely tired. But because we're about to sleep an entire night, I think we're going to be okay. We should just pretty easily restore it. Yeah, so this is something I too eventually noticed. It seems like you get approximately 1 charcoal per hour that the fire has burned. Which is why, I don't know if you noticed, but when I first got to that fire, I picked up 9 charcoal from it. Because when I had left, I had intended to come back moderately quickly, so I gave it, 7 or 8 hours of burn time. I don't know if it's exactly 1 hour, but it seems like it's close enough to exactly 1 hour that that's a good rule of thumb. Okay. Decent amount of meat, and we do not need any of this gut. For 2 reasons. One, it takes a long time to actually harvest for what it is. And 2, the gut is very, very smelly, and it will lure anything fluffy our direction. And once we head back to Pleasant Valley, and head to that western edge of Pleasant Valley, there will be wolves in that area. I suppose we could drop some things on the signal, at the signal station on the way. But if we can just do it straight, if we have enough food, for example, I'd prefer to do that. So let's try that first. Because we're pretty okay as far as water and food supplies are concerned. Maybe we make a little bit more water before sleeping, but we should be pretty alright for a while. And we have the carry weight to support it. Okay, cedar limb. Guess we can burn some hatchet.
Time to look for shelter.
And we can get some more sticks. Okay, all these sticks. My favorite thing to break down, although I've come to realize that they're not actually fantastic burn time for the weight that they are. But what they are fantastic at is being very fast to pick up and not requiring any tools to pick up or break down. Okay, there's our fire. It's still going, thank goodness. Okay, we hear the crackling of the fire, not the padding of paw pads. Yeah, I think we'll maybe want to make a liter or so more water. And at this rate, we'll be sleeping for 12 hours and waking up at noon. Okay, so first things first. Let's cook this food. Add some fuel. And let's keep a few sticks. Okay. Food is cooked, and now we just use a couple of these recycled cans. Fill them with snow. And wait for a little bit. Well, I feel like we have enough carry weight free that we can do a little bit more water. Just so we don't have to worry about pickup. Just so we don't have to worry about running out anytime soon. Yeah. Yeah, by the time we sleep, we'll be back to 40 carry weight. And everything will be nice. Okay, so back into the cave. Hope we don't accidentally run backwards into a bear. And find a little spot for our bedroll. Okay, sleep for 12. Honk shoe, honk shoe, honk shoe. It should be well into the morning. Okay, pick up. Even halfway decent weather. Eat and drink. Yeah, this is bringing us definitely under 40 kilograms, which means we are mobile. Okay, way under. Now we're going to be less under once we pick up all this charcoal. Yeah, 13 charcoal out of that. And we might have only burned for about 10 hours. If I was to estimate. Okay, so let's hop quickly to... Actually, let's go up that little sneaky route and see where it leads. Probably nowhere interesting. But I suspect it will lead towards the dam, and we're going to head that way anyway. So there's really no loss in checking to see where it ends up. I was hoping to wake up with full condition, but it looks like we took a little bit of damage from dehydration at the tail end of our nap. It's not the worst thing in the world, but it could be better. There was one wolf over in that lake-looking area, but I took care of it, and I haven't heard any other predator noises, so I think it's okay. I don't think we have any risk for being low condition. And even then, if we were relying on this tiny little sliver of condition to live, as opposed to dying, we're not in a good way anyway. Okay, but does this just lead to some kind of a cliff that we don't want to jump off of anyway? I do not know. But it doesn't look like it's particularly hospitable for walking. Special thanks to backer 4375. I see. Okay, so this is a one-way hop down. It's just a slightly more convenient way to get to the dam, I suppose. Because we can, if we hadn't taken care of the wolf, we would be able to take care, or we'd be able to bypass it using that little pass over there. Okay, it is very foggy. Luckily, we don't have to worry about any more surveying here. So I don't mind the fog. Well, unless it's going to make it hard to walk on this dam. Time will tell. Yeah, so it's like speedrunners use damage boosting. If you think about it, health is a resource. And for example, if you can extend the time that it takes for you to need to drink again, or extend the time it takes for you to eat again. Okay, so this is. Tell me that's not spooky. Tell me that's not spooky, and I'll call you a liar. Okay, we need to be very careful around these edges here. Oh my goodness. To be honest, this actually reminds me of GoldenEye like 007 Goldeneye from the N64. I'm dating myself again, but it is what it is. Yeah, this little bit here, that's a cheeky little bit I can see myself accidentally running over. Okay, let's be a little careful. It does not pay to be cocky here. Okay, just edge a little bit out as little as you need to, and then look left more than you need to just slide against the wall, and you should be safe. Okay, another successful crossing. But to finish what I was saying before about the damage boosting, was that a pry bar? No. If you can trade health for going fast, or if you can trade, you know, health for not having to use a resource for a little bit longer, then it's definitely an optimization tool that you can use. Yeah, only a kilogram of meat, that's not too great. For example, I think an old strat to just survive for a long time in this game was you would hole up in a cabin or like some kind of, you know, building, and you would wait until you were almost starved, and then you would eat a little bit, sleep your condition back, and then starve yourself again. Basically just starve yourself over and over, because you would live, and burning your condition meter would lower the rate at which you go through your food stocks. Okay, here we go. Attempt number 2. Man, tell me that does not look ominous. I mean, certainly it's going to stress you out, because it takes you closer to, you know, a full game over as opposed to just losing some resources. Okay, very careful. I've not gone back this way yet. Very careful. So I don't want to slip accidentally. Very careful. And here, this little bit is what I'm worried about the most. Okay, very careful. All right, I think we made it. Okay, yes. All right, and I don't want to jinx it, but safe. Yeah, that is... Man, that's an experience. But if you are at the point where you're already optimizing for speed or resource utilization, then you're probably comfortable enough with the game that
I might have to drop some gear.
running around at low condition is not too much of a concern, because you've probably sort of surpassed the threshold where you can pretty well control whether or not you lose condition. Or at least if you're in low condition, you probably have a really good strategy for not losing any more. You know, like, you know where the bears are, you know where the wolves are, and you can avoid them if you want to. Okay, let's see. I think this is a way down that's a little bit cheekier and a little bit faster. Woof, woof. And why is there a soda here? Who puts a soda here? Well, at any rate, that was a thing. And that was probably the spookiest thing I've done in this game so far. Hopefully there's nothing else like it. Other than... So that might even take the cake compared to that train trestle, the broken train trestle in the ravine that you have to pass to go from Coastal Highway to Mystery Lake. I think it might even be worse than that for me. You know what? I might have made a mistake letting that fire burn down, because I'm going to need to use a match or wait for all of this fog and cloud to go away, because we're going to need some torches to head through the cave to get back to Pleasant Valley. Well, I guess it's not the end of the world. We did pick up, so we're almost out of, I guess we are out of cardboard matches, but we did pick up a few wood matches. So it's not like we're hurting that badly for fire starting equipment. It's just less than ideal. Okay, we are a little bit heavy. Well, we can start by drinking some of this. And we've got about 3 kilograms of venison, which is something like 3,000 calories, and that ought to last us for at least a day and a half. And I'm extremely confident that in a day and a half we can get to the next transition region, like Keeper's Path South, I think it was called. And Keeper's Path South had a wolf right in front of it that I don't think we'll be able to sneak by. So we'll have to hunt him. That'll be something like 4 more kilograms of wolf meat, so another day's worth of food. And then we can see exactly what's going on in Keeper's Pass. So I think food-wise, we are probably pretty well sorted out, at least for the next few days. And if things get especially dire, we can always head back to Pleasant Valley because we have a couple of very, very nice... Oh, there's a rabbit. A couple of very, very nice storehouses. And the only question is, I've not come back this way, so let's hope we don't miss the cave. Oh, I guess that's easy enough to see. All right. Let's get a couple more of these branches. And actually, I might pop the bedroll down just in case this fog burns off. So let's take a nap for a couple of hours and see if we can get lucky. And sleep. That's fair enough. It's been on and off. So last time, I guess that would be yesterday, it did eventually clear up on its own. Let me check and see how the network is struggling on my end. Yeah, I can see it. It's hurting. It's hurting quite a bit right now. Let's see here. Can I? Okay, let's just leave it at that for now, and it should clear up in a few minutes if previous experience is anything to go by. Click this, and click this. Okay. Paul McCartney, Here Comes the Sun? Not
I
quite.
wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Maybe now. I just really want to start a fire with the magnifying glass. It's my favorite thing to do in all the world. I don't think we're going to get lucky with it. Oops. Because it's almost nighttime. So let's start with this guy. And just suck it up. Okay, fire started.
Come on.
Do we want to add any more fuel? I guess not. Let's just pull one torch, because we're actually carrying a whole bunch of torches that I'd forgotten that we were carrying. So pull this guy, and we ought to be able to make it through the cave with this and maybe one more torch. Can always lighten the weight a little bit. Doesn't hurt. Okay, and it looks like well, I don't want to speak too soon. It looks like the network issues might be resolving a tiny bit. I'm not going to pretend that they're completely gone, but they might be a little bit better.
Something's gotta go.
Let's just see if I can not get lost in this cave again. Is that an opening over there? I can't tell. I think I may have gone the wrong way. No, this is the right way, because that's the fallen plank that I walk over. You know, this cave is actually shorter than I remembered. I suppose that helps when, or that happens when you don't get lost so many times. And what I wonder is I wonder if we can maintain this torch all the way to Keeper's Pass. That's a dead end. No, that's not a dead end. Where does this go? This goes to the exit. Okay. So let's give this a little swapperoo. Yeah, look at all these torches. This is too many torches. I was thinking that I might get lost in the cave when I made all those torches, but I did not get lost in the cave. Okay, where's the exit, though? Let me out. Let me out. Let me out! Okay, actually, though. There it is. There it is. Okay.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
This looks nice and not windy, which is fantastic. So I think what we do is we hug the edge here, hope there's no bear in that cave, and just go straight up to the vehicle, see how much I put in that storage. I don't think there should be too much, but maybe some food and water. And then we head to Keeper's Pass, and probably hit Keeper's Pass during the night. I'm hoping it's clear enough that we can charcoal, though, because it would be a waste if it wasn't. Actually, to that end, let's see if we can force needing a nap. Because if we can do that, that'll help us line things up with daytime when we wake up. Might be a little tough just sprinting around to lose as much fatigue as we'll need to, because it is almost dusk. What was that? Okay, nothing. My eyes are hyper-tuned to see predators, especially bears from afar. So when I see anything that's brown and lumpy looking, I need to do a double take. But sometimes it's just a fallen over tree with the roots sticking up. Okay, so these are just tree trunks. Okay. This place looks pretty clear. I think we might just be clear all the way to the pass. It's looking like it. Yeah, because now we're at this cave, which I'm not mad enough about missing this little mark here to actually pop a charcoal and spin the time. Spin the torch burn time. So let's just keep going. Yeah, I've already got these reishi or something. Okay. And what have we got over here? Yeah, just to the left here. This is the pass that'll take us to the road. And no wolves here means we should have a clear shot. Okay. I am speed. And I'm also picking up small amounts of firewood. I'm guessing that the way this is going to go, we're going to get to Keeper's Pass. It's going to be nighttime-ish, and it's probably going to be the best time we have to hunt and then cook that wolf. So I want to kind of hop to it and get there before all these torches burn out. Because once we get there, we can start a fire, hunt the wolf, cook the wolf, and then sleep. Okay, here's the road. Nothing fluffy is abounding. We do have 2 scent marks. So I'm actually suspecting that that wolf in Keeper's Pass might hunt us immediately. Might have to be a little bit quick on the draw there. Let's see what I've dropped over here. Because I don't remember. Okay. Charcoal, we'll take that. We can leave the food. We can leave the water. Yeah, I think we're good to move on. So let's not tarry for too long at all. Okay, lose a bit of this weight. And let's just prepare. Swap this torch out for something a little bit better. And hopefully that will last until we fight this wolf. As opposed to having it run out halfway through. Oh yeah. We are speed. Call me Sanic. Okay, let's see here. Enter. Kind of want to force a save. I'm worried about it crashing. Alright, well, at any rate, let's just move it. Perhaps there will be... Yeah, so I've been to this vehicle, and the wolf is just past it. Okay, let us just keep our wits about us. Yeah, so here's our vehicle. And we have enough burn time on the torch. There is some firewood for when we need to make that fire. So let's... toss the torch here, get the low quality bow out, and prepare for a fight. I don't hear anything, but that's not always worth much. Okay, so here's a trailer we can actually go in. That's great. I don't see a wolf. Let's grab that torch and snag a save in that trailer. Okay, it is enterable. Fantastic. Alright, what you got in here? Anything good? Ooh, a workbench. Hello. Can deal with that. Maybe make some hooks. Okay, a few more things over here. Firearm cleaning kit. Never mad at that. Food, coffee. Not half bad, actually. Okay, we can check the lockers. I don't think I have a pry bar. I don't have a pry bar. Okay, well, at any rate, let's keep this going. There should be a fire pit out here somewhere, right? I feel like that should be a thing. Here we are. Okay, let's start a fire with our torch. And we can use these sticks and some of this other detritus that's around. The fire can burn. And we can... Did I not start the fire with a torch? What did I start the fire with? I'm very confused. I'll add you. Add some of these guys.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
And actually probably add these reclaimed woods too. Just to give us plenty of burn time. So that we can hunt without having to worry about sprinting back here. I don't want to pick up some of these sticks we passed too. Wait, question mark? Where are those sticks? I swore I saw sticks in a branch. Here we are. Okay. Break these guys down. What? I thought there was another stick too. Oh well. Oh well. Not worth the time. Because it's wolf season. And we got the tools. We have the power. But where'd that wolf go? There you go. I hear you over there. Let's hunt this guy, and then on the way back we can pop charcoals. Yeah, this looks kind of like a dead-end clearing. He says, even though... Okay, is that wolf? Wolf number 1? Okay, even though there's a road going this way, I'm pretty sure it stops in a cave-in. Because that's how all roads tend to stop here. On this island. They really should have chosen their seismic activity monitor a little better. Hey, bud. You know what? Let's lure you towards the fire and make our life a little bit easier. Come on. Don't I smell good? Aren't I delicious? I'm irresistible. I'm kid-tested, mom-approved. Come on, bud. You get stuck behind that tree? Are you stuck behind that tree, bro? You were. Alright, come on. This is like delivering yourself. And let's force it. Because you can only come through here. Unless... Well, I was kind of hoping to have a clean shot. I'm sure you'll become brave soon enough and come back. Or maybe I lured you a little bit too close to the fire. That might have been it. Too many scary things at once. Okay, it'd be kind of a troll move to just gin your courage up right there. Alright, come on, bud. What are you doing? Okay, you ran this way, but... Did you keep running? It seems like you kept running. Come on, friend. I just want to play. You can ignore what I was saying earlier about you oh, there you go. About you delivering yourself to be a meal. And maybe we ask DoorDash not to bring us all the way to the door, but maybe just to the sidewalk. Come on. Come on. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Medium risk. 3 kilograms. Call it a medium reward. Could have been better. Could have also been much worse if I had missed. Don't ask me how I know. Okay, how much burn time have we got here? 2 hours. That ought to be just enough. Oh, I forgot about the venison. Okay, we're going to need to add some more here. And... Okay, I feel like that should probably do it cooking-wise. I've got half a mind to actually make a little bit more water, just to leave some. But I guess we're not that desperate for carry weight. And surely it won't let me... Yeah, low visibility. Okay. So we cook. We cook, Jesse, we cook. There's the 3 wolf meats. Oh, that was almost burned. Whoops. And I suppose if we have odd numbers of wolf meat left over, we can probably squeak in some cheeky waters. Which it looks like we might. Actually, that's going to cook. Well, those both cook extremely fast. So I think we might be able to cook in, or sneak in some cheeky waters. Oh, really? That was it? Okay. You and you.
Kind of heavy.
Go and go. And another half liter should just about do it. Yeah. That'll do. Okay, still an hour and a half of burn time. I don't quite care enough to do more water. I don't think there was a bed inside, but we can sleep for about 8 hours. That should put us, yeah, 8 hours of sleep should put us into at least dawn. So if it's not still foggy, we can immediately start surveying. And hopefully just survey the entire region in one day and see where this leads. Okay, pick you up. Yeah, it's just dawn. I don't hear any blizzard. And it is not too foggy to see what's going on, which is fantastic. Just get a couple of these things, these low kilogram meat stacks out of here. Clean up the inventory a little bit. Okay. Always want to take the charcoal. That's not true. You don't always want to take the charcoal, but I always want to take the charcoal right now. Alright. Pop this guy here at the crossroads, then we can go where we found that wolf before. And, ooh, interesting. Okay, I was looking in this the wrong direction. I thought we were coming in from the north. That was a weird sort of situation. You know, I've got half a mind to head south, just to put this transition on the map. We'll get that on the way back. But that's going to bother me. Okay, let's head here and see if this is a dead end. I think it is a dead end, but let's just check. And pick up some sticks on the way. Because if it stays, well, it's not really sunny. But if it turns sunny, we can use that magnifying glass. My favorite. Okay, looks like we're falling for the caved-in train tunnel trope. Or I guess it's not a train tunnel. It's some kind of a freight. Yeah, this is the back of a semi-truck. Or I suppose over there you might call it a lorry. Or a, what would this be? Gross, lange Gemeinschaft, Uber etwas Fahrrad. No, Fahrrad is a bike. Storm lantern.
This'll come in handy.
If there is a cave ahead, we probably want that. Arrowhead, love to see it. Just because they are a pain to make or find. And we don't need any stones. Anything cheeky under here? No, not really. Anything cheeky up here? And also no, not really. Okay. Is this a pass? This looks like it might be a pass. Where does this go? Suggestive that it just goes north. I wonder. Okay. Nothing cheeky on the cliffs. Aha, birches. Birches and meat. So let's give it a chop, chop, chop. Get some meat, meat, and meat. And actually pop another charcoal. Okay, it looks like we're pushing up against map edge here. Not a lot of meat, but it only takes 24 minutes to get the meat and the hide. It's not a bad trade. Alright, head out. Yeah, because we didn't take the guts, we only have 2 smelly marks instead of 3 smelly marks. Okay. That looks like a maple sapling somehow growing in the shade of this cave. Who knows how that works. And was this just a donut? I think this was just a go-around donut. So let's see if this leads back to the trailer. Okay, it does. Which is fantastic, because that means we didn't miss anything over here, and this really is hard map edge. Usually, the way that I decide whether something is hard map edge or just unsurveyed is the hard map edge has a very defined boundary between the black and the sort of sepia colored scribble. Whereas this sort of more gradual black into gray into sepia, and especially over here, black into gray into sepia, to me at least, is indicative that that region can be surveyed a little bit better than it currently has been. Ooh, this looks like a cheeky little spot up here. I bet this is something interesting. Unless it's just a cliff. I think it's just a cliff. And yeah, it's kind of fun to walk on this, but I don't think it'll give us anything. No. Okay, so it was cheeky, but it was cheeky for the wrong reason. Just pick up a couple more of these sticks, a couple more of these branches, so that we can eventually cook this venison. Actually, this is a lot more sticks than I was expecting to see around here. But we might be pushing it a little bit on the carry weight. Yeah, we're just about maxed out before we start walking slow. So I think we're going to want to go a little bit faster than we have been. Yeah, up north, or maybe... I think maybe we'll hit the south bend of this river over here first. And then we'll head the north bit of the river, and then we can check the other side of the road.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Okay, anything nice here? Barrel? No. Anything nice? Just some pallets to be broken down into reclaimed wood. And a generator. And let's check what we can check inside here. Because there were a few, yes, like lockers here. 2 locked lockers. That's actually a little bit...
if this is any good to eat.
It's actually a little bit attractive. All right, in the meantime, I think we have maybe set up a little bit of a way station here. No, let's keep moving. Okay. Let's pop a quick squat here, drink a little bit, get our food back to full, and then just wait for a little bit to warm up. And in the meantime, what we can do is do a little bit of a stretch, and on my side, I might feed a cat or 2. So I'll be back in a few minutes.
I might have to drop some gear.
All right. I have returned. Okay, let's see. We want... I guess first to take a little sip, and then just to head hard north, and then hard southeast.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
I mentioned this a long time ago, but half the reason I started streaming was so I'd get better at multitasking, by which I mean saying things with my mouth and also doing other things. And one of the things that I would always get wrong is I'd mix up east and west. Unless I really, really thought, Mirthless Fork? I mean, this place seems pretty mirthful to me. But I'd always mix up east and west. And perhaps there isn't even a way down over here. I think there might not be. And so, I think I've been getting a little bit better at least mentioning cardinal directions without messing it up. At least a little bit. Okay, so... yeah, there is definitely not a way down there over here. But there might be... no, to the left, because that's just a cliff, and that's... okay, yeah. I'm confident that we have successfully mapped everything except the southern exit that is south of this Mirthless Fork. And that sounds like a blizzard is coming on, so let's see if we can really quick find a spot to pop a cheeky charcoal, and then maybe a place to hunker down. Okay, because we may just have to deal with this. Alright, does this look like a good place for charcoal? Looks like a climbing spot. Yeah, let's try it. No, I did not mean to climb. I wasn't even looking at it. What are you doing, bud? You need to look at the rocks to climb it, not look at the sky above them. My cat's meowing and he's very cute. Okay, pop this charcoal. Oh, that's actually a pretty dang good reveal right there. In fact, it looks like it might have even gotten the edge over on the other side of the road. Which means it looks like the road might be a little bit better of an angle to come into that larger area up north. And it's not a blizzard yet, as long as it's just driving snow. As long as it's just driving snow, I'm happy. Actually, is this a way down? This looks like it might be a way down. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a way down. Let's put a pin in that. We might use it to come back up if we do a big loop around donut style. Or, I guess for you it'd be Berliner style. Hashtag JFK. Gone too soon. Still looking clear. Now where exactly are we? We're probably... yeah. Yeah, we have completely gotten this whole bit over here up to this curve. And then it splits and we want to head right after this big rock here. And that looks like it's going to go into an open field, which hopefully is unoccupied, but let's just prepare. Because it's a blind corner, and you know what happens around blind corners. Fluffy things happen around blind corners. Not that I'm averse to the occasional fluffy thing, but in this context, I prefer to admire them from afar. Actually, that looks like it's that bit that we climbed down accidentally. Okay, so that was a waste. Let's head over here, see if we can find what looks like a dead end, and then pop a charcoal. Hopefully before this turns into a blizzard. Perhaps there's a cave over here. Well, this looks like it's close enough to a dead end. Let's pop. Okay, yeah, that is definite map edge. And it seems like there are just some limbs and sticks here. Yeah. Okay, that's just another useless donut to walk around. Head back to the road. And maybe the northern exit is closer than we think. Let's find out. It might be just past that sort of little valley. Looks like it's something like 100 meters ahead. Oh, is this a cave, though? This looks like it's cave-coated. But I suppose not. It's just interesting micro-terrain coated. Oh, something blue over here. Or kind of a deep royal, not quite a royal purple, but still. It looks like a landslide. And I really hope that whoever was driving this 18-wheeler wasn't in it when this happened. Okay, this looks like a good place for charcoal.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much
Alright,
longer.
so it's definitely map edge up here, which means this is impassable. Of course I had to try it myself, right? And so, the next place to go is wherever that wolf is howling. And he sounded like he was just over the stone here. Sounded pretty close. I want to go back and go down into this riverbed without having to go past this blind corner here. Because I feel like he's right there. He might even be stalking us from the 2 scent marks we have. So I would like to get back there. That should give us a better vantage point to see him coming before we have to do anything about it. And we can also check these cars. Newsprint roll, don't need it.
What have we here?
Fleece mittens, I guess it's okay for some cloth. And nothing in the back seat, and the trunk is locked. Alright, I don't think we're being hunted. So we should be fine to just go back and go down the long way.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
It is a heavy pack. You might even call it an Anderson pack. Because we bubbling. Alright, maximize the road metric. And what do we see? Hopefully nothing, because we've already been over here. And now we test and see if my hypothesis that this is a way down is true. I'm okay with a short little hop if we have to jump off of a rock. As long as it's not cliff-looking. And there's the upside. Oh, there's a little fishing cabin. That is cheeky. And this is actually a little bit farther than I would have wanted to jump. It's not the end of the world. And this is definitely farther than I would have wanted to jump. Oh my goodness. Okay, we're going to have to try to do a little bit of a technique here. Okay, I think we're safe. That's still looking a little bit far. So maybe over here on this rock. Ooh, I don't want to get stuck there though. So hop down here. And this should be alright. Okay. That could have been bad. The upside here is that this is certainly a dead end. And that means that we can charcoal it up and leave without having any guilt of having missed somewhere to survey. Okay. And there isn't even a cave over here on the left, is there? No, there's not. So let's see what the deal with this fishing hole is. It is actually very nice to find this. To the point where, if there's only the 2 wolves in this entire region, it's actually pretty cozy. Between the fishing hole here and the cabin, the trailer that's up there and not too far away. If I didn't already have my Gucci'd up base in the coastal highway, I might even consider sticking something here. Okay, don't need the newsprint. Thank you very much. And I don't need any more recycled cans. Just check and see if there's anything cheeky hiding under in a corner, and no. How's our weight? I think we're kind of heavy. Yeah, we're getting to the point where we're slowing down, so let's eat and drink and see if we can get our weight down a little bit more. Probably can do a wolf. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and now, potion seller, I am going into battle, and I need only your strongest potions. I wonder if we could maybe even sneak around that wolf. It's possible that it's over on the right shore, and if we can cut to the left early enough. Well, we don't really have a good hope of it because now we are upwind and we've got 2 scent marks. So I'm certain the second we go around this corner, it's already going to be hunting us. Perhaps our only hope is luring it to hunt these rabbits first. There's the wolf. Yeah, perhaps we can get it to hunt these rabbits and third party it. That could be a thing to try. I've also got half a mind to hunt one of these rabbits just to get the rabbit skin and repair my hat with it. And also one more thing to be extremely careful of. I don't know how close we have to get to this. Yep, there it is. For the ice to start breaking, but I don't want to fall in there. That would be a bad time. Okay. Let's see if we can not choke. I'm so bad at hunting rabbits, man. I'm the worst at hunting rabbits. Oop, and that is breaking. 9 Danka. Okay. So bad at hunting rabbits, man. And that looks like it's a little cave over there. It's either a cave or some kind of something. Fallen logs, maybe? Gotcha. The depth perception is messing with my head. Okay. Let's take you.
I can use this.
Kinda heavy. And now we're very smelly. Let's hope the wolf hunts the rabbit. Oh, it is hunting the rabbit. So let's go and third party this guy. Hopefully before he finishes eating. There's another one. Are you hunting me or are you hunting the rabbit?
To weigh me down.
You know what? I think we're gonna pop you. And now pop you. Alright, gotcha. That was actually really economical. That could have been the most economical series of hunting that I've ever done. But the question is, do we get 1 free rabbit or 2 free rabbits? I guess just the one because he wasn't able to get to the other. Alright, now. The question is... Ooh, see some saps over there. Where is the nearest likely looking shelter? Okay, this looks like map edge. It looks like there's a little bit of cheeky room in there. That's what I saw over there. Definitely maple. I wonder, is this a dead end? We have the waterfall that's impassable over here, even though it's a little bit shady. Everything in this region is hard border, so that's map edge. A little bit undetected here. There's something of a hope of there being something like a cave or a mine. But the rest up here all looks like hard map edge. Okay. You know what? That does look like a cave over there. That might be where the next region goes. So, let's get these saps. Make sure there's nothing else nice in this little corner over here. Whoop, 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 whoop. Oh, I didn't even see that. That open bit of water there. So let's hit this sap and head over to the cave. If it is a cave, we can start ferrying wolf meat back and forth so that we have a decent amount of food wherever the other side of the cave is. If I was to guess, the cave has either got to go to Blackrock or possibly more likely it goes to Mountain Town. But I don't know where in Mountain Town it would come out because I thought I had pretty much surveyed and explored everything on the eastern side of that region, which is where this cave would have to come out. Okay, but at any rate, let's just keep moving. There's also that, what kind of sap was this? Ooh, birch saplings, love to see it. Absolutely can't get enough of it. Alright, we're Christopher walking over here. And maybe getting a little bit of burn time. All these sticks. Huh, I could have sworn it was a cave over here. Maybe I turned too early. I am kind of slow. Well, time will tell. Time, among other things, will tell. Okay, looks like there still might be some hope for something along this way. Let's pop a charcoal. Oh, and did it get sunny? Okay, this place might actually be a dead end. Okay, unfortunate. I was kind of hoping this would lead somewhere. But I suppose that does simplify things, in that Timber Mountain is really the only way north from here. Hold on. Got a cheeky little climb spot. Is this just going to loop around, or do we have somewhere else to go from here? Might be a double climb spot if the rose hips are anything to go by. Aha! Interesting. A triple climb spot, mayhap? Or are we just going somewhere over here? And what do we see? Aha! Aha! Everything. There we go. All has been revealed. And it's cave system. I knew I saw a cave over there. It's cave system, so it leads somewhere. And it's sunny, so we can start a fire. Okay, this is great. This is pretty good. And we have a lantern. And it's bright. Oh my goodness, everything is coming up Millhouse. Okay. That's a deer. Let's try to go a little bit through the cave system, maybe even find the exit. It's almost night. I suspect this will get a lot darker. And the question is, did you fall here or something? Oh no, you got hunted somehow. Never mad at finding a broken arrow. Okay. But we're getting pretty heavy. Let's see how far in we can get before it starts getting too dark. Hopefully this cave is short. It's looking quite icy, but hopefully it's short too. Because if we can get out on the other side, then what we can do is actually, first of all, let's refuel this lantern. And maybe use it just in case there's any troll holes in the ground we can fall down. Okay, you said cave system, so you did promise me transit to another region. Okay. I don't think this is an exit yet. It just looks like an open room ahead. Which I guess for the meantime means we don't need the lantern. Might as well save some fuel, save some condition. I don't actually know how the lantern condition reduces. Whether it's just by burn time, or if it's by on and off. And we can drink. Get a little bit of this weight back. Okay, not an exit yet. I was hoping it would be. Yeah, I do wonder where this leads. It must be Blackrock. I feel like it's gotta be Blackrock. But knowing my luck, and based on the icy entrance to the cave that we came in through, it probably leads all the way to Hushed River Valley and that completely labyrinthine ice cave system. Okay, so basically we're turning right. Every time we have the opportunity, we're turning right. And this looks a little bit suspicious. Do we have a dead end, or what is this? Just another turn, huh? All right, well, every time we turn right for now. Even though there's light over there. Kinda dark. Okay, do we have a dead end? There's a wool toque. Just chilling on the ground, don't even need it. And this... Okay, this is a proper dead end. Let's leave the toque here as a marker that this is indeed a dead end. Because that's usually where they have item placements, as opposed to in the middle of corridors where you tend to only find sticks and branches, maybe some coal. Don't forget to hydrate. It's been a while, take a sip of water. Your body will thank you. Okay, looking good so far. All right. This is a long cave, much longer cave than I was thinking I would run into here. But it looks like we have another big room that... Okay, up left is definitely a dead end. There's nothing up here other than perhaps something on the ground, which is nothing. But is it? No, it continues. I thought it might have been a dead end, but it just wiggles a little bit. A wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah, alright, here's our exit. So how do we go? We went in and we basically just took all the rights except for that one dead end. You go left. And let's see where this spits us out.
Feels like a lot of gear.
Alright, where are we? Keeper's Pass North. Well, I guess let's put the entrance on the map, just so we don't lose it. You know what? That makes a whole lot of sense. Keeper's Pass South does imply the existence of Keeper's Pass North. Let's see if we can find some kind of a room, or a building of some sort. Or maybe even... I might even be satisfied by finding a little bit of outdoor storage to put this meat in. can get that venison on the way back. Do we have anything like a human-constructed edifice? Not so far. And as always, we got some pretty good smells going on. So let's make sure we're ready for wolves. I would love to pick up those sticks, but we're so heavy already. So I will resist my base instincts. Okay, this looks like... This doesn't look very passable. I wonder.
It's dusk, so night can't be far behind.
Okay, so we have cliff here. It looks like a hard boundary to the south, hard boundary mostly to the north. I wonder if it's going to try to make us go around some very sketchy path. Let's try to the right here first. There's no way in hell that I'm walking up this tree branch and hopping off of it, because that looks like a one-way trip. And I don't think you can even get on it. That looks passable if we can get over to that tree trunk. And south, I think that's south. Where are we? Yeah, south is definitely not the way to go, because there's one, nothing passable over there, and two, I don't think there's any way to get there. So let's shark around this northern wall and see if I missed anything. I don't think I did. How in the hell are we supposed to get across? Maybe over here? Is this a little cave entrance? No. Maybe it goes even farther around to the left? Question mark? Alright, now I'm just confused. Because how in the actual Sam hell are you supposed to get up there? Well, I guess if it's not north, there must be something south. Yeah, that is all impassable. Completely impassable. That's the cave we came in. Aha, there's a way down. So we go down into the valley. That's what's going on. Yeah, down and around. Okay, so let's move it. And food-wise, still pretty good. Water-wise, still good. Actually, food-wise, we're very good. But we don't want to spend forever, because one, we're losing fatigue and very slowly walking. And two, we want to get back to those wolves back in that previous region before something whisks them away. But we're going to have to find shelter tonight and do that tomorrow. Okay, yeah, there's not really, unless cheeky little spot over here. No, that's an invisible wall. Okay, we got a rabbit. But it's not handsome enough to tempt me. And this entire time, since we've come out of the cave, I haven't heard any alus. We might be functionally alone here. I don't count rabbits as people. This is looking like a kind of tight squeeze, but it does keep going. Okay. Just a little bit of micro terrain. Still, I mean, based on the fact that when I press M, it zooms in to this region here, I'm guessing this place goes pretty far north, actually. Through this, maybe a lot far north through this little valley, and then it probably opens up. So let's get through this little hole here and pop another charcoal. I'm hoping it's still bright enough. It feels like it's still bright enough. And it is. Good. Okay. So not the greatest pop, but not the worst. And that's looking like it's threatening an aurora. And it's getting quite dark as well. I'm sure if I tried to do a charcoal now, it wouldn't work. Can we find a cave to chill in? No one knows. That looks impassable. It looks like we maybe... No, it's still a lot, and I mean a lot, of this valley. Okay, here we go. So this is some kind of opening up. I'm not sure if this cave is passable or if it's a transition. Like walkable, or is it transition to another interior space? It looks walkable. Yeah, it looks walkable. Okay, and it got dark. Okay, I would love to pop a charcoal here, but we can do that just fine on the way back. What I want to find is something like one of those trailers, or a tiny little cabin, so I can start parking all this stuff. I just got stones. Yeah, still nothing. Looking pretty closely for something or other that I can come up in. Some kind of way out of this valley. Ravine, what have you.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
Yeah, you'll faint. Okay, this looks like we can sneak under it. Emphasis on a sneak. More cave. This goes... Yeah, this goes really far north. It's got to hook around to the right eventually, just game theorying from the map. And it looks like this might be the start. But it's still pretty thin. This is a lot of walking. Like, wow, a lot. Actually a lot. I think the last thing I want to do in this region is move that wolf meat to wherever the end of this ravine is, or wherever this leads into the next region, as prep. As prep for actually going through proper. But I want to hit Timberwolf Mountain up to the north first. Okay, rabbit means we're probably safe from wolves. But I still don't see any kind of building or man-made structures whatsoever. Well, it's still quite dark. Okay, if there was any wolves around, those rabbits would have been eaten by them already, so I think we're good to go. Just walk. No bow required. That doesn't look passable. Man, this is one hell of a ravine. On the plus side, because I'm pretty confident that there are no wolves around, pretty peaceful, if a little bit claustrophobic. I definitely wouldn't want to get stuck in a place like this too long on a hike. Okay, looks like we're finally opening up. We can squeeze through these rocks here. Oh yeah, that works. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Okay, now, what we're looking for is some kind of man-made structure. Hell, I'd even deal with a cave at this point. But that might be a little bit too much to ask for. Yeah, this is very strongly wilderness coded. So we might just need to find a nook and nap for a while. Okay, nothing unless... Is that a cave up there? I can't quite tell. I think it's just a weird... Yeah, that's just a weird colored and oriented rock. Okay, so we're walking down this nice little glade. And just crossing our fingers that something will be on the other side. But I'm not feeling lucky about it. I'm getting more Hushed River Valley vibes. More Hushed River Valley vibes than Mountain Town vibes. Unless, question mark? No, that's just more boulders and stone. Rock and stone. Ah, is that a roof? This looks like it might be burned out, though. So perhaps not enterable. But it does look like a roof. Okay. This, I think... Oh, big saw. I might remember this from the campaign. Okay, well, this will definitely do. Even if we have to sleep right next to a dead body.
That'll come in handy.
Wood stove. Actually, that's a pretty nice situation, because it can't get blown out. Driving gloves, don't need it. Bed is nice. Okay, the question is there any kind of storage, or do we just drop the meat here? We might just have to drop the meat. So I'm not seeing any boxes or anything of the sort like that. Okay. Well, first order of business, drink to prepare for the night. Second order of business, sleep until morning. Which, yeah, it's going to be something like 10 o'clock. It's 10 a.m. in Tokyo, man. That's an aurora, but we have no use for an aurora here because there are no electronics around here. Okay, so what we do is we drop all the extra meat. We drink before we dehydrate. Drop the rabbit. What else can we drop? Drop all the water. What can we drop here? Drop skins, etc. Drop firewood. Ooh, that's a lot of sticks. That'll be good for cooking later. Everything except for a couple, just in case of emergencies. Yeah, and now we have 6 kilograms free before we hit the limit, or the nominal limit, and we can probably get both wolves and still be pretty good on carry weight. Keep dropping a few things. Okay. Yeah, let's harvest these just so we don't forget. And there's food we can eat to get even lower carry weight. Okay. Eat some of this delicious tomato soup. And then probably a couple of those energy bars. Yeah, no, the energy bar, and let's do the chips. And the sardines. He says, one thing after the other. Okay, now we can pop charcoals all the way back. Oh yeah. That really swung around to the right, huh? And there's a deer carcass over there. Well, that's a problem for later. For now, let's head back into the ravine and charcoal the ravine on the way back, harvest the 2 wolves, and head right back. I hope we can get this done before this blizzard. It looks like it's threatening to be a blizzard. And it's quite cold. So hopefully we can get things done charcoal-wise before we get back. The wolves we can handle, even if they're frozen, even in the blizzard, because we'll warm up on the way back through the cave. Alright, we should just be getting into the dark area here, so we want to go a little bit farther. A little bit farther before we start to survey. Maybe, like, right about at this corner. Right about here. See what that does for us. Okay, perfect. Actually, wow, that almost linked it up. So we go around corner 1, corner 2, and we pop it there. And that should link it up just perfectly. Okay, corner 1. Now we've got corner 2. Whoops. And we can walk a little ways into corner 2. Or was that corner 1? It's hard to tell. Let's just keep going for a little bit. And then somewhere in here is where we're going to want to be. Maybe right about here we'll do it. Okay, nice. That is almost exactly what I would want to see. Let's see if we can get a little bit more out of it. Just because we are flush with charcoals. Let's do one past this sneak bit. This also will help us reduce our carry weight. Okay, that is about as much as I care to get. So now, it's wolfen time. I think when we head back into the cave, we're walking fast. Looking past something something Taylor Swift. So what we can do, pick up a couple of these sticks. What we can do is check the other dead ends in that cave. And just give it a quick little double check. Make sure we don't miss anything good. Oh, and there's also the deer carcass that we passed on the way by the cave exit. So actually a lot of stuff to deal with here. It's definitely a good idea to use the forester's cabin. I guess the forester's hermitage as a way station until we find the northern exit and exactly where it goes to and exactly what where we can stow that's nearby. Because for now, it's actually quite a bit of walking to go through, and it's a cold region too. Okay, that's rabbit noises. See you, bud. And let's hit our cave. If I'm paying enough attention, I might even spray paint some arrows on some of these cave junctions. But I probably won't be. First order of business is just get back out to the south. Get back out to the south, harvest those wolves. Okay. So we want to hang rights, not lefts. That is dead end. Okay. That is a spot. I don't think this is where we came from, but don't quote me on that because I don't remember well enough. Okay, I think we probably came from the left, and wouldn't you know, this is a dead end. Alright, with some lantern oil, not half bad, and matches. Which means we just have to go this way. It could be that we didn't actually miss much on our first way through. And this... Okay, this feels familiar. I'm guessing this is just a big circle. And the first time we came to this junction, we hanged right, and this time we'll go left. Or yes, this time we'll go back to the original very large room. So I'm guessing, I'm almost certain that that's a donut that we need to worry about. Because it will have a correct answer for the exit. Alright. A little bit dark in here. Okay. And is this our big main atrium? It is. And there's another deer that I forgot about. So we got 2 wolves, 2 deer carcasses on the way back to the Hermitage, and 1 deer carcass a little bit past the Hermitage. Because I think it might behoove us to actually do some repairing eventually. I think we might take these guts from these wolves as opposed to leaving them. 1, because there's nothing between here and the Hermitage that will hunt us. And 2, so we can do some repairing of equipment, specifically clothing. Okay, wolf 1, wolf 2. And that's the cheeky little sneaky spot. Where did I couldn't have seen the cave from down here. So what did I look at over here that I thought was a cave? I guess it must have been that there. It's just a strangely colored and oriented rock again. Okay. Carcass the first. 1 hour. And then carcass the second, 1 hour. Yeah, so if I were to estimate, I would say that each percentage of condition on the hunting knife is probably worth about 1 hour of harvesting. I think that's about what it comes out to. More or less. Alright, looks like it got sunny.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I spoke too soon. That's not sunny at all. The birches. I almost forgot the birches. Alright, we are kind of heavy. Kind of heavy. It could be worse. The venison, the deer on the way back, they shouldn't have too much meat, so I think we should be tolerably walking speed. We should have a tolerable walking speed still. But it won't be great. Merely tolerable. But I do like to see this much meat. All for cooking. It's threatening to become sunny, but so far it's just assault, not battery. All right. Yeah, this is actually a cute little set of transition regions. Now I really am curious to see exactly where it ends up. Because to get to Timberwolf Valley... Is it Timberwolf Valley? No, it's Timberwolf Mountain, is it? To get to Timberwolf Mountain, well, that's just a rope climb north of Pleasant Valley. Whereas this, wherever it goes, there is one heck of a detour. Well, I suppose it's not a detour.
Too heavy.
But it's one heck of a trip to get there. All right, let's get our deer buddy. Our dear friend. Okay, 2 kilos of meat. Half a kilo of hide. Yeah, it's about 2.5 kilos, which means we have about 1 kilo free. We're not going to be walking as slow as yesterday, but we will be pretty slow. Actually, that just kind of tanked the hunting knife's condition more than I was expecting. I think it did something like 3 condition for less than an hour of harvesting. Okay. I'm pretty confident that there are no trap falls here. So let's see if we can get through without the lantern. As always, caves are for hydration. Alright, and at this junction, we want to hang a left. And wouldn't you know it, let's remember to actually put a mark there. And then we'll put a mark at the turn to the exit. Okay, we can kind of double up here and say we're going from this direction over into that direction. So we get a little bit of where we're coming from and where we're going with that arrow. Full double duty, as you say. And just keep our eyes out to not miss the turn to the exit. Or is there even one? Is it just straight? No, that's a dead end, but that's an easy enough to see dead end. I don't even mind not putting a mark there with the spray can. Okay, is this our questionable turn? I think it is. Yeah, because this is where we want to go. So let's spray the go direction. This is probably going to be hard to see. So let's spray it kind of like this. Okay, not the worst to see. And a good enough mark, I'd say. Does leave a little bit to be desired for the position, but beggars can't be choosers. And at this point, I'm pretty much begging. Okay, almost nighttime. So we can harvest,
drop something.
go down the ravine, and I think by the time we hit the forester's cabin, it'll be just about time to start some cooking. 31% goes to how much? I should have checked to see how long that was going to take. My error. Goes to still 31%. Interesting. Maybe there's a random aspect to how much condition is lost every time you use the hunting knife. That would make sense based on what I just saw. Okay, so we're not too slow yet. But let's keep walking because we are just about at the precipice of losing encumbrance from fatigue loss. So let's try to be quick about this. Otherwise, just ignore, not ignore, just enjoy the peaceful vibes of this claustrophobic ravine.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Ah, but you can walk, can't you? Yeah, this is going a lot faster than last night. even as encumbered as we are. What have we got? Yeah, we're 4 kilograms less encumbered. And after 50, or after 10 over your nominal carry weight, that's when it really starts nuking your move speed. And we are just a smidgen over that weight limit. So we're not slowed down too much. I feel like I'm going into a cave where I'll find a mystical creature. Or a witch. Something like that. Okay. Uneventful as foretold. And it did take, the back and forth did take less than a full gauge of thirst. And that's with, what, two full frozen wolf harvests and 2 deer harvests. Partial deer harvests. Okay. Don't remember exactly where this ends, but I guess it'd be right here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And at this point, surely it couldn't hurt to pick up a few sticks, could it? Yeah, we're good. We are excellent. Oh, even more sticks? Don't mind if I do. How kind of you. What a thoughtful gift. Okay. So it turns out we were still in the ravine. Much longer than I remembered. This ravine is like the equivalent of the giant ladder in Metal Gear Solid 2. Snake Eater! I give my life, not for honor, but for you. I never actually played that game, but I know of it by reputation and the memes. But I know the song starts dun 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 dun. A very Kojima-esque orchestral piece. Okay, now where's our house? It should be right around here, shouldn't it? I guess I should have expected it, because these logs, they're cut. It's too clean to be cut by a storm. So somewhere in this vicinity, it makes sense that there's some kind of human residence. Okay, who's... I guess these guys are just above the dude that's in the house. Okay. So we're half out on tiredness. Birches. Love to see a good birch. Gotta get a good birch. These are some pretty tall birch saplings from what I'm used to, actually. Okay. Got these. Get the crow feather. Get the wood. Unfortunately, it's not sunny. So I believe we're going to have to burn a match here. But we luckily were able to find some matches too. Aha, charcoal. So let's start this guy up. Yeah, no magnifying lens, unfortunately. And 100% chance of success with the stick. And then we can toss some wood on, toss some more sticks on, and get cooking with these venisons.
Come on.
And other assorted victuals. Okay, 2-hour cook time. Let's pick up these meats. Is this meat over here? No, surely there was more meat. No, there wasn't more meat because I just got the meat. Okay. Those venisons were cooked. Alright, 49 minutes on you. See if we can get another 49 minute and use that to harvest our rabbits. Okay, harvest you, and how long is it going to take to get everything? 34 minutes. An hour and 17. Yeah, I guess we kind of have to use the hunting knife. Okay, nighttime noises. That's done. You guys still have 11 and 12 minutes. And you were mostly eaten by the wolf. I think we can sneak this in. It should take more than 20 minutes for these things to burn. Okay, perfect. And now round 2. Wait, am I not? Place? Oh, I probably did water, didn't I? Let's get a 1 kilo. 49, 46.
I would drink almost anything about now.
Let's drop this meat and get that deer. Harvest this deer over here while those are cooking. Anything under an hour is good. And probably risk it up to an hour 20, but it shouldn't take that much. Yeah, because there's not a lot of meat here. Yeah, only 38 minutes. We're fine. See a couple of climbing zones. This region reminds me of one of the railroad regions in the campaign. Like one of those on-rails sections where you're basically just following through a straight path with some story getting thrown at you. Which makes sense. It's what I remember. Now the question, though, is... No, it's not before you go into the big mine in Chapter 4. It's somewhere else. Okay, need to be careful because we only have 50 minutes on the fire. Oops. Well, it couldn't hurt to do some water. So 50 minutes on the fire. Let's get some of these glorious sticks and extend that time out. Okay. Toss this dictation right in there. And that's fine. Okay. Water-wise. Drink some. And just cook, 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 cook. Tomorrow, so after we cook, we sleep, and then tomorrow in the morning we'll see how far up there we have to go in order to get to the next region. Okay, melted, and you're going to be done first. Probably. Yeah, rabbit meat is just... It is so inefficient. Calories per kilogram. So 0.6 kilograms is 300 calories, which means 1 kilogram is going to be 500 calories, which is less... It's the same as an energy bar. Well, I guess we get an extra bonus from our cooking skill. Like, what is that? 10% bonus, like a 15% bonus, something like that. But it's still almost worse than an energy bar for 10 times the mass. Did I drop all the food? Yeah, I did. Okay. You're cooking first. And we have a little bit more to cook. 16 minutes. We can do something that is going to take longer to cook and maybe break down one of these larger branches out here. Okay. Oops. 34 minutes on you. You are probably fine. Let's see if we can find a proper limb and break it down with our hatchet. Actually, I don't see anything right here, so let's not. I don't want to get lost and then not have enough time to come back before things burn or boil off. And we aren't so desperate for burn time. We still got a whole bunch of sticks over here, and 4 hours of burn time is plenty for all of this. All of this.
All this gear is slowing me down.
Gear that's slowing you down, and also food that's being delicious. Okay, I don't think we've missed anything. Yeah, that's just pelt. Okay, so now I think we start speeding these guys up. Definitely going to leave a little bit of water in here, and maybe even some food on the ground. Just to be a way station, because it's kind of a long ways between this location and the next way station in Pleasant Valley. It's kind of a far away, so this is not a terrible idea to have a small way station. More water. Now you. $40. More water. And now you. Okay, let's go. 50 minutes, which is one of you, and a refill, and one more, and now you. Okay, we got a lot of meat left. And what's our water situation? 4 liters. Let's go for 6 liters of water. And then we'll start double cooking meat.
I feel so tired.
Because I'd like to drop maybe 3 liters here. Just because that's a nice round number. And meat. Okay. Yeah, we've been cooking quite a bit. Quite a bit. Always eat the rabbit meat first because it is the lowest quality meat in terms of weight per calories. First rabbit, then wolf. I don't remember deer. Let's check deer. Okay, deer's 1,000. Bear is something like 1,175-ish. And I feel like moose is even more. So it's rabbit first, then wolf, then deer, then moose. Okay. A little bit more water. Boil and place, melt, boil. The rhythm game section. The most frustrating part of which is the differing menus between placing things, boiling them, and cooking them. Because it is not consistent. Okay, our fire ought to be getting pretty close to burning down. Yeah, 50 minutes, and how much meat do we have? Actually, 2 more meats, huh? Might need a little bit more burn time than the 50 minutes. Let's see. How long, well, how much do we have here? So you're 0.46. Okay, we might actually be able to squeak this out. Boil this, take the can off.
I'm getting weaker.
And let's place this meat. See if we can squeak it in. 23 and 40. Okay, easy. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Okay. Drink. And now, we can go over here, pick up this water. We can drop probably 4 liters of water. And a few wolf meats. Yeah, 6 wolf meats. We're still pretty heavy. Let's see how we feel in the morning. The one downside to this location is it's technically outside, and so if there is any kind of inclement weather, that +3 Celsius to the bed here isn't going to be doing all that many favors. Okay. We eat, we drink, and that puts us a little bit lighter on our stomach. Yeah, in fact, we are almost there. Okay, so we want to bring... Let me pick up all this wood and actually put it on the wood pile. Okay, let's head out while we're fast, and let's see exactly how far it is to the next transition. Forgot to bring charcoal, or I forgot to take the charcoal from that fire, but we've got 24. That's going to be more than we could ever dream of. Definitely want to go at least up these climbing zones and a little ways in, maybe under that pass, under that little overhang before we charcoal again. Oh yeah, loving it. Make loving it. Yeah, I hear you, bud. Okay, looking clear. Feeling clear. Okay. It's like we're still on rails. Yeah, we're still in a very steep valley. But right about here, I think we can pop. And pretty good, actually. Actually, we really cheesed it with this one. I don't know how we X-ray visioned through to see whatever that bridge was. In fact, that might be the hand crank bridge that Mackenzie and What's-Her-Face go over. Astrophysicist. Jace, that was her name. So that actually is maybe even worth 2 charcoals. But if what I thought is true, then that means we've still got quite a ways to go. Okay, we got around the turn and kind of... We'll pop another one inside these lakes just to make sure that there's nothing sneaky on the edges that we've missed with that previous pop. Alright, no wolves, which makes sense. We didn't hear any before, so there shouldn't really be any. Okay, this looks like a cheeky little spot over here that might have a cave, question mark? Or is it just a tiny alcove? It's just an alcove. But it's a good place to do this charcoal. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that looks a lot like hard edge to that pass down here. Okay. This is actually being pretty efficient. Channeling my inner... what's her face? Someone in Lewis and Clark. Okay, so this is just a tiny pass. Even though it's a little bit fuzzy, we don't need to worry about popping another charcoal here. And that, unfortunately, is a climbing rope. I really hope we don't have to use it. Because you can't use climbing ropes when you're over encumbered. So let's just hope against hope that we don't have to go down here. I'm feeling like going down there is probably... That is one hell of a climb. That is a long way down. Okay. Should probably clean up this whole area down in the south here if we do a charcoal kind of in this pass area. Of course, right where the wind is blowing. All right, excellent. There's a bridge over there. Hopefully it won't snap. All right, that is nice. That is a nice charcoal right there. Looking for some kind of building to put all this junk in. And hoping against hope desperately that we don't have to go down. Oh my goodness, that is a hell of a way down. Jesus. Let's hope we don't fall down this bridge. Okay, come on. The wind can't be that bad in this windbreak area. Okay, anything cheeky anywhere to be seen up here? No. So now, I kind of just have to hope that this bridge doesn't collapse on us even if we're overweight. Let's try to get under 50 kilograms just because I'm feeling a little bit superstitious. Okay, and we can eat a wolf meat and that'll take us comfortably under 50 kilos. Okay. And let's just hope that nothing goes wrong. Oh my goodness, I do not like this one bit. Oh, I don't like this one bit. Oh, some of these ropes are missing. Some of these planks are missing. I'm stumbling over the planks. Oh, please don't fall, please don't fall. Okay, okay. Yeah, don't look down. Oh man. I did not enjoy that one bit. And now I just have to wonder where the hell that mountaineering rope goes to. Okay, at any rate, let's get the hell out of here. Okay. Actually, I don't want to forget to pop charcoals because despite my panic and terror, okay, that was a really nice charcoal actually. And that straight bit might be our way out of here. At the very least, road means there's a good chance we're going to have some kind of a building. All right. Here's the road. And start picking up some sticks in case we need a fire wherever we're going. Oops, missed that. Okay, and this is perhaps the way out? Not sure exactly where it goes, but it looks easily passable. Let's see what we can see up here. Okay, interesting. A tunnel. Yeah, I guess that does go to the tunnel. I wonder if the tunnel is the transition or if the tunnel is maybe just another blocked one with no relation to a way to get somewhere else. And why is there wolf here? Why is there wolf here? I'll take the meat. I'll take the gut, but why is there wolf here? I'm not sure if I feel too safe about that.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry. It's getting dark out here. Time to look for
Pop a
shelter.
charcoal at the edge of this tunnel just to see how far down it we can see. Okay. And it goes to Black Rock. Well, I guess that makes sense. All right, nothing in here. And nothing in the trunk. So all of this seems to like it's leading towards Black Rock. I wonder if down south there is somewhere else that it goes to, but probably not. Let's see if we can find a building. Black Rock region. Where exactly are we? Okay, the southern bit. I don't recognize this place quite yet. I do know that there is a hell of wolves up here. And that sounds like a blizzard is coming on. Get our bow out. And can we find some kind of building down this way? I'm feeling pretty good about it. At the very least, if we follow the road, eventually we will either hit... Okay, we're in the very south. I think if we keep heading north, there's some kind of trapper's cabin in a field across that bridge. But I think there's also wolves there. Prybar, I'll take you. And anything good in your glove box? I'll take it. Right now I'm just looking for any kind of building or any kind of outdoor storage that I can use as a base of operations. Guess we're going down into the left. Okay, where exactly is this going to take us? I wasn't expecting this to go down so aggressively. Maybe if we stay up we can find that bridge. Well, let's see. We'll find out. There's a lot of up and downs in Black Rock. Lots of ups, lots of downs. Sometimes only a mountaineering rope to get between them. But also sometimes less. Okay, this is not looking particularly hopeful. And it's getting quite dark. I'm sure we can't charcoal. Yeah. Okay. I don't think pressing ahead is the smart move here. Let's head back. Maybe spend the night in... Maybe spend the night in that car. And hopefully we'll be able to find a way to that bridge. And there it is. Okay. Maybe even try to sneak across there. Find a little cheeky nook that we can sneak through by that. I guess the landslide is where that pickup truck was. Okay, and this is why I always bring much more water and food than I think I'll need. It's actually kind of a ways back to the hermit's cabin. The forester's hermitage. Alright, to the right here looks like it might be... It's either back the way we came or it's perhaps the way to get to the bridge. Man, it's dark and hard to see when it's overcast at night, huh? Who would have known? Okay, here's the bridge. Can we get on it? Guess we can go around here. Just don't want to accidentally fall off a cliff. And it is hard to see. Okay, bridge looks fine. Well, oof. Was not expecting that little fall down. Let's just be very careful to not fall somewhere silly. I don't want to be surprised by any holes in the bottom of this bridge. I don't think there will be any. But it's better safe because I know how far down it goes. Okay. Don't exactly need a flare, but might as well pick it up. Just as a hoover. to bring everything to wherever we pack. Whoa, blocked. Wherever we post up next. Wait, is this really completely blocked? Surely there's a way across. I don't even think I would want to go around to the right, even if there wasn't an invisible wall. Perhaps to the left. No, that looks even more blocked. Really? Okay, so we're heading back. I don't think this is passable. We're heading back to the car and we're spending the night. Yeah, because that trailer didn't open. Alright, darkness again. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Although with how often you show up, I think you're more like a young friend. We go around, we hook a left once we get under this overpass. Probably got about 5 hours of sleep in us. That's nowhere near till morning. So what can we do to occupy ourselves? I suppose we can try some needlework repairs by night. We'll see how that goes. Maybe well, maybe not so well. I'm always somewhat surprised at the amount of knitting and stitching the game allows you to do in almost pitch black conditions as long as you're outside. I guess, ooh, that looks like it might be a little pass over to the left there. We'll check that out in the morning. But for now, let's find that truck, which should be at the end of this road, which has a landslide. Perhaps behind this rock. And yes, okay. So, nice and chill. Let's start by... Can we repair our balaclava? Okay, perfect. We can do a little bit of repairing. I guess drop some of the meat and maybe water in here. Because as far as... What else can we repair? Do we have... No, we don't have any cured leather. But we can repair these. As far as, I don't remember what I was going to say. Maybe water and food is concerned. We should be pretty good, even if we take detours. Okay. And at this point, we're only a little bit over the 50 kilograms. So... I think let's try and burn... We can't sprint because we're more than 10 kilos over. Okay. Well, we start by sleeping. Probably get 6 out of it. And then we can just pass time until dawn. Oh, I heard that blizzard. Blizzard came and passed. Okay, kind of getting... Well, compared to the food situation, we're a little bit lower on water. Let's put a little bit of food in here. And a little bit of water just as a tiny little way station. Okay, and now we wait until morning. Probably pass time for 2 hours. And then sleep for 1, and that should do us. I hope that should do us. Okay, as long as this wind doesn't keep picking up, I think we're going to be all right. Okay, this is looking good. Can eat a meat and drink some water. We are going to have to cook some more water. But let's just put a little bit of a storage marker right here. just to know where it is. Low visibility, son of a bitch.
Looks like I made it through another
Okay,
night.
it can't still be low visibility. Are you on the map? You're not on the map. Please show up on the map. Don't make me... Okay, good. Very good. Oh, it says blocked. Okay. Well, that makes, I guess, some sense. Now, I believe this over in this direction. Okay, we got 4 kilos free. Let's pick up some firewood along the way in case we need to make some water. I think I might hear a lot of awoo extremely far to the north. Alternatively, it could just be the background music. Well, let's see if this is a dead end up here. It feels like it might not be, but I have no idea what it would go to. Because this is the wrong side of the ravine for almost anything to be on. Okay, and it looks like it is kind of a dead end. Okay. Well, where exactly... Yeah, I think we've already effectively charcoaled this. So let's head down. Or, let's head right. Yeah, let's head right first. It looks like it's impassable based on the map, but I could be wrong. Could be inaccurate, or I could be reading it wrong. And if nothing else works, I don't have any hope for the bridge to be open. So down the slope and into the valley we go. But is there anything over here first? Something over there on the ground. Looks like a body. Alright, this isn't a vista, but it might do in a pinch. See if we can survey some of the ground from here. Lots of branches. What have you got? You got a torch, stick, some crow feathers. What is that? Firewood. Oh, never mad at a hatchet. Okay, is there a way down over here? It doesn't look like it, but actually, it looks like if I was extremely cheeky, I could do something that's probably a bad idea, but I don't think I will. Okay, that was probably worth it. But let's head down. Head down so we can head up. We do have plenty of firewood.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
Let's think. Yeah, what I want to do... I want to find the nearest interior building to have as a way station before we go back to the Forester's Hermitage and pick up the rest of the stuff that we left behind there. Yeah, see a couple of radio towers that look familiar from the campaign. Just at 50 kilos. So we don't really want to pick anything else up. Okay, let's think here. Yeah, we just need to go. Just need to go and use the warm part of the day, find somewhere, maybe find some food, and start putting together a defensive / storage location. Get our logistics on. It's the one thing I want to do. Yeah, you know, I was worried that this would be too steep to safely go down last night, but I guess some parts are pretty steep. But it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Okay, that looks like a way up. So let's try that first. Yeah, we'll get up that slope, and then we'll pop a charcoal. And that ought to get... This is almost certainly a dead end. Almost certainly a dead end. There's no way there's a little hole that lets you kind of go through over here, is there? Yeah, that's what I thought. No way. Okay. We do have scent marks. 3 scent marks, and we don't know what's above this hill. So let's get ready. Prepare parabellum. Use our ears, maybe we can hear the paw pads before we see it. Come on. Use this ledge and continue. Just don't want to spend too long a time on high-grade slopes. Okay. Pop our charcoal here. Oh, that was very nice. That is a very nice charcoal. And do I even recognize this location? Is this near the radar station? It might be near the radar station. If it is, that would be a really good place to start out. Because it's got exterior storage, it's got a workbench, it's got interior storage. I could only dream of being so grossly incandescent. It's also got wolves. That sounds like it might be a deer. It sure is something. Okay, well it can't be too bad because there's deer nearby. But I didn't like the noise of that. And I've gotten too spooked by some moose action earlier to not respect it. So let's see exactly what we got going on over here. Is it? Okay, deer noises over there, and I don't even know what that was over in this direction. I think these power lines probably lead exactly to that station that I was hoping to find. Because this is looking a little bit familiar, although I didn't take this particular road to get down here in the campaign. I went through a... there's a climbing rope somewhere over to the right. Somewhere in that a nook over there that leads up to the prison. Alright, show me the money. Come on now. Okay, this is still looking more and more familiar. I'm hoping... There it is. That's the money. Defensible. Good eyes. Hunting nearby. I think there may be some wolves to the north. That might be a problem. But we'll deal with that if it becomes a thing, and not before. Okay, and this is perfect. It's even not too far away from the entrance to the south. I was afraid we'd have to be going really out of the way to find some kind of building. Let's make sure we don't have any occupants. Okay. Perfect. Charcoal. Easy choice. Oh yeah. Look at that beautiful charcoal. And then we got storage. And we also have our beautiful workbench.
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Okay, so, and we found a pry bar, didn't we? Everything is coming up Millhouse. Probably didn't need all those clothes. Let's clean out all these lockers. And just dump all of the stuff that we don't want. Sewing kit, take that. So that we can head back. Ooh, I'm not looking forward to going back across that rickety bridge. But we can head back, pick up the rest of that stuff, especially because we can cure things in here. Because it's an interior space. And then shuttle it over to this region, to this area. because with that workbench, we can actually remake our arrows. And that looks like a little bit of lantern fuel. Okay, and the trash. Always want to check the trash. For a charcoal. I think we need some more water. So let's start by... Okay, we can dump all the firewood outside. And keep a little bit of medical here. The clothes can all go in. The extra ones anyway. Scarf. Long john. Anything else we're not wearing? There's got to be one thing we're not wearing here. The thin wool sweater. And I guess we can do a little bit of a start of a food stash. We're going to need to find more. Absolutely going to need to find more. Okay, you guys can go in. Storm lantern. Is there anything that we need the storm lantern for on the way back? I don't think there is. In fact, I'm certain there isn't. No, that's not true. There's the cave between the two regions, but I think we can probably navigate. The only trouble navigating those would be getting lost and the dead ends. And I think our paint spray cans ought to do the trick there. Don't need so many anti-wolf flares. Charcoals were... probably dump many of these, but not all of them. Okay, we do have a decent chunk of these pelts. All of these can go on the floor right here. Okay, so now we go outside. We see if it's sunny. We hope and we believe that it's sunny. Perfect. Start this guy up with a magnifying lens. Take the charcoal, of course. And we start our... Well, first we cook the 2 wolf meats. I thought I heard something to the left. Let's check that. We cook the 2 wolf meats and then we just start our water stock.
That did it.
Because the water situation is kind of low. I don't hear anything. Okay. Place a can. Water. I guess we can, instead of placing the can, we can place the meat. Oh, 1 hour and 15. We're probably going to need another one. Let's do the sticks. Boiled. More water. 23. You can do 1 and 2. You're ready. Place the second. And you're not even a full kilo. You're ready. Place you. Do you. Pick you up. New water. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. All coming together. And more water. Oops. Didn't finish that one off. Melted boiled. And that was actually probably a waste on that side. But at least they're now synced up. Oh yeah, we got water. And 12 minutes. Probably just enough, yeah, to finish these guys. Leave one. Take charcoal. And there's probably more firewood in here. I was hoping for something a little bit better. But there's also about a bajillion pallets of reclaimed wood. We can
Too
drop
much stuff to carry.
any extra firewood here. I hear you, punk. I hear you. You might be just what the doctor ordered. That was a bear noise. That was absolutely a bear noise. That was not a wolf noise. All right, where is this guy? There he is. Okay. Can you see through the fence? It doesn't look like it. Can I shoot you through? Yes. Okay, and are you running? Actually, I want that bear meat. I want that bear meat. Okay, so you're now over there. Unfortunately, I hit him in the torso, not the head, so it's going to take longer for him to bleed out. This is possibly the best thing to happen, because now we are going to be completely stocked for food here. We just need to not lose him and not get ganked by a pack of timber wolves. Which I feel like they'd be a-wooing if they were nearby. We'll take the driving gloves because I think we can get some cured leather from them. And we can... Whoa. You know what? We're just going to come inside if you get mad. I did wound you, didn't I? See if we can see any blood droplets. Oop, did not mean to do that. It looks like he really was stalking us. Okay. Are there blood droplets? I can't tell. Nice try, bud. Okay. Yeah, he is this close to getting aggroed. Alright. Well, I guess we're just waiting him out. Yeah, I don't want to go inside in case he despawns. Alright, see you over there, bud. Let's check for blood. Blood spatters. I actually don't see any. I think we might have to take a pot shot at him. There we go. Are you coming this way? Yeah, you're up there. You're going over. Okay, but where are you heading? I kind of don't want to leave the car. I hear you. I still hear you. Let's see if we can see from the radar. The power antenna. Okay, I hear you coming back. Can you fit up these stairs? I hope not. If you can, I'm in trouble. Alright, surely you're not going to come up here. Surely. Surely not. Okay, you are stuck. I hope. If you could just fall over and die right there, that would be so nice. I don't like how he keeps trying to go in this little gate. I don't like how he got in the gate. Is he going, or is this a dead end? This is. You know what? Oh my goodness. Let's go inside. Unless... Where did he go? Did he die? How did he get out? Where is he gone? How did he get out? How did he get out? Alright, let's take a cortisol pause for a second. I'll be right back. All right, I've returned. Now, let's see what the hell this bear's done. I guess he ran out this way? Where the hell did he go? I still don't understand how he got out of that compound. Okay, there he is. Please don't come back this way. Actually, please do come back this way and die right next to the door so I don't have to take anything anywhere. Now, normally there's wolves up north here. At least in the campaign, but I guess not now. Don't want to be caught out in case this guy comes back this way. Where is he? There he is. Okay. Can you die, please? So rude to run all over the place. Oh man, you really had to go all the way over there? Oh, come on, buddy. Buddy. Okay, are you coming back? Where did you go? There you are. Are you coming back? Come on. I lost track of him. Okay, I think I might have just heard a bear die noise. That's a deer. It's not concerned. Let's listen for a moment. There's still nothing. That's a rock. That's a deer. Where is this guy? Oh. Thought I heard a noise, but I didn't. Right, where is Buddy? I feel like he ran off to the right here. No? Maybe he's under the crows. And that's a deer. Not exactly what we were hoping for. Buddy, where'd you run off to? What if we can find those big bear paw pads? I know he ran over here. Where are his tracks? Oh, that's deer noise. Well, I guess let's check the road. Nothing. Let's take the high ground. And maybe even pop off a cheeky little charcoal. And, you know, it feels like it's just a shame to waste a perfectly good sunny day and not start a fire with a magnifying glass. Alright, buddy, where did you go? Can we reveal a bear carcass with this charcoal? Apparently not. Alright, what the hell, buddy? Did you even die yet? I don't see him running around. I don't hear him running around. Of course, he had to sprint off to who the hell knows where over here. Which is typical. Okay, I have a hunch. My hunch is that he went through this little thin pass and over to the left instead of over to the right. So let's see about that. We're looking for any kind of bear print. It's a man print. A man track. Okay. I feel like he ran this way. Where else could he have gone? I've got some honey for you. Okay, I guess that's going to be a no for down here. Actually, can you even go over there? I guess you can. Let's take a quick peek over this direction. Where in the actual hell has this guy gone? Couldn't have run all the way through here, right? Surely no bear could fit. Okay, no bear bodies. Okay, no. I don't think he came this way. Which means he must have gone down the road, probably to the right. What the hell? Shouldn't be this hard to track down something so big. And I want that arrow back. I was already trolled by the geometry once. Let's not lose another one. And we are... Okay, we still have enough food to probably find this guy and at least harvest a bit out of him. Actually, almost certainly. But based on the amount of carry weight we currently have available, it may just be a situation where we have to just mark his location and then retreat, sleep through the night. Well, if I was a bear, where in the actual heck would I go? That's a deer noise. This is another deer noise. Okay, down the road and to the right. Last known bear location. If only we could get some crows on it. That would be helpful. Okay, no, that was just a little splotch of rock. Milton? I wonder if that pass is blocked or not. Well, I guess it must be blocked if it's this way, and that's the blocked bridge. Okay. Got any good stuff inside? Anything hiding back here? Not really. Maybe some stuff in the boxes, but I don't care enough to break them down right now. Where the hell is this bear? Did he go up here? Actually, have we got... Yeah, we've got basically all of this surveyed. Where the hell is this bear? Are there any bear bodies visible here? No. I would hate to lose that 30 kilos of meat. That would set us up strong right here. We'd basically be set to scavenge the entire region. Really? Where in the actual hell? Where could it have gone? Well, now that we're over here, we can pop a char. Maybe get those 2 buildings. Okay, was kind of hoping for a little bit better, but it's alright. Man, this bear. Well, as long as we get it before the meat completely rots, I think we're going to be okay. But this is just frustrating. In the campaign, there's wolves all over this place. I'm kind of surprised there aren't any right now. Just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Something up here? Is there a cheeky spot? Let's find out. Yeah, it looks like it goes up. We have our yellow paint marking the way. Come on. Come on, you can do it, buddy. There we go. Okay, but is that just for this? Probably is. Let's see if we can find a good vantage point and pop a charcoal. Decent enough spot for it. Oh yeah, this is going to be good. This is going to be pretty good.
Sun's setting. It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Not wrong about that. Oh yeah. All the way to the edge. Where's that bear? Could it possibly have gone down or back to the radar station? I wonder. Because it's not up here. You can check these houses later. We don't really have the carry weight to do anything with them. I've only been in this direction once or twice in the campaign, and I'm pretty sure it was rather blizzardy at the time. Oh, are these benches? Huh. Anything good in here? Not really. Let's go around on the right and see if there's any angles that we missed coming the other way. As long as we don't run up on a wolf. No scent marks though, so we should be okay. That's a deer. He couldn't have ran all the way up here, right? No. No, that's a rock. Okay, so we head back. Maybe wait until morning and hope that there are crows that let us know where the hell he went. Could have sworn I heard him die over in that corner by the intersection. But the proof is in the pudding, and the pudding is he's not there. Anything in the car? Not really.
Can't have too much water.
Well, you can have too much water. It's called drowning, bud. Check all the nooks and crannies. Maybe he ran past over here and I just didn't see because of the defilade.
Lay down.
Is that possible? It feels like it shouldn't be. I had a pretty good view. And there's no defilade to hide. Yeah, there... No, that's a rock. Yeah, there's no way he came down here. Down this way. Okay. Well. Daylight has been burned. So we need to head back and take a nap. get some sticks. Because we are not so overladen with water that we can not think about burn times. And I'm not going to see anything here. Hope it doesn't blizzard tomorrow, because I won't be able to see anything in the blizzard. But we'll check to the northeast, kind of over in those hills. Maybe he ran around to the left. That's my only hope. The only thing I can think of. The only thing left that I can think of that makes sense anyway. Maybe he despawned mid-flight. I could have sworn I heard a weird noise out of him. Okay, I think we can actually sleep straight through till dawn, which is always a little bit of a treat. Should be actually not too dark. That's not too bad. Okay. And drop the water right on the ground. Prepare to sleep with some sippy sip. And then actually sleep. Make sure we're not going to starve halfway through. And we're good. Okay, looks like we didn't get the full 12. Slurp. Unfortunately, I think I might hear wind. I might hear some wind, and I do not like that. Just eat and hope for the best. Actually, let's see. Is there anything we can drop? There probably is. We can drop cleaning kit. Drop the improvised knife. Won't need that. So keep the pry bar. A couple of these cans we can drop. And maybe we'll leave a torch here. Just in case. That's fine. Drop these guys. Can drop most of the sticks. See what the weather's like. Not too bad. Not the kind of sunny I would enjoy, but certainly clear enough to do some searching. Okay. Maybe from the top here, if we get lucky. Thought I heard crows, but they must have just been passing. Okay, no, but let's check what that is over there. Use the bow until it breaks. It's just a rock. Yeah, here's squawking up in that direction. Probably by that campfire. Would not be surprised one bit. Okay, cured leather is going to be good. We can repair the something with that. These mittens, I think. The forging gauntlets. Yeah. There must be some person over by this campfire, which is not going to be our bear. Or that's a deer. Perhaps it's a deer. So we head left into the hills. And right up here we should be able to charcoal. Were we robbed of a bear? I think we might have been robbed of a bear and an arrow. Because where could it be? Also going to have to watch the food meter. We have 3 venisons back at base, but other than that, not really anything to speak of. Still sounds quiet. I'm surprised there aren't about 1.5 million wolves swarming this area. That was pretty good. And then over this way is the little nook with the climbing rope shortcut to the prison. You can bypass some wolves if this rope is here. And we'll charcoal to put it on the map because it might be that important. I think... Did I see it? No, I don't think I see a rope there. I do see a rope here. Okay, that's good. So good to know that this is here. Let's just get close enough, make sure it shows up on the survey. Perfect. And keep looking for that bear. It didn't come this way. You're good for some sticks. Any bears around? Surely we should see from this vantage point, right? And I think this is sufficiently occluded that it's worth a charcoal. Low visibility? BS. This is exactly the same as 5 minutes ago. Well, I guess it is getting foggier. Come on, where are the crows at? Where are the new crows at? Okay, if I was a bear, that's a rock. I think what I hear right now is that deer. The stag over by the boulder. That's not very helpful. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm hearing right now. Okay, that's not helpful. Where's that damn bear? It must have gone up the road then. I mean, there's no other way it could, there's no other place it could be. I'm looking for a lump of brown. Very silly. Very incredibly silly. Because in addition to, it seems like the body just disappearing, there were no paw prints. There were no paw prints to track. So we just got extra trolled. Alright, come on, where's this bear? That is, we looked there before, and just to double check. Okay, that's kind of bear-shaped, but it looks like a rock. Okay, nothing. Nothing over there. Uh-huh. I'm kind of getting worried about wolves up in this way. Don't hear anything. That's just a signpost. Where in the hell did the bear go? It can't have come this far. I refuse to believe it came this far. There's just no way. Well, while we're wasting our time up here, might as well pick up some sticks. Yeah, no way. No way. It can't be up here. This is almost as far as I dare push it. Here crows in this direction. I think this is our final checkup this way. It's not here. Turning back and looking back by the radar station. Oh, I heard paw pads. I heard something. Possibly deer noises? Possibly moose noises. Okay, that's hooves. Okay, deer noises, so we're safe. At least for now. Okay, where's my bear? Where is the bear? Where are the crows? It cannot be down there. That has got to be something placed or a body. Well, I guess a body would be placed, but you know what I mean. Okay, no. There's no bear this way. I think it may have gone back over to the left. And we also need to head back to get some food anyway. Of which we're running low, which we wouldn't be if this damn bear didn't disappear. Let's go over here just to check all the nooks and crannies. In case something stupid happened. That looks like a great place to get stuck in the geometry. Mine Penitentiary. Does Canada have federal stuff? Like, are they a federation in that sense? I don't know. I don't know if it's considered the same sort of agglomeration of constituent states as the US. Because they're provinces. That looks like a one-way trip. So let's just head back down the road. I wonder where all these wolves are. Well, let's not. Let's just leave it as it is. I guess this is actually the way up from that hop that I was looking at just now. Just check. Oh, I recognize that place now. Okay. Just do a round one more time. Because surely the bear will have appeared back where it should be, right? Surely. Oh. Get a couple of spots off the screen. It's going to be a nope. And a nope. Take the sticks, though. Up here should be the crash. Yeah. That's a box. That's another box. Wait, what the heck? This box is wedged into the asphalt. With as low as it is sunk in the snow. Okay, I think that noise is probably, again, the deer noise. Which, honestly, we might as well harvest. As we're here. I dare not hope it's the bear. Yeah, this bear's just disappeared. It is gone, man. G-O-N-E, gone. You think it would at least have the courtesy to leave my arrow somewhere. wherever it despawned. But apparently not. Apparently it's just rude. Alright, well, let's get some of this stuff. And actually, this hunting knife is starting to look pretty long in the tooth. It's still got at least a bear in it. And this is a lot of sticks, actually. Yeah, we already looked over here. So we'll just call that a trip to get some firewood. Man, I'm pretty salty about that. So if the bear isn't where it should be, then perhaps it's where it shouldn't be. And where it shouldn't be is somewhere over to the west. We can check that. I really wish this fog would burn off. But we can check that over to the west. Maybe if we take a quick nap. Hear footsteps. It might have just been mine. No, but it does sound like a deer. But just in case it's not. Sounds like it's just under that lip. Okay, it is a deer. Alright. Food. Short rest. And then back at it. We're also going to have to cook this venison pretty soon. Alright, let's try for 2 hours. Please let the fog lift. Please don't let there be a blizzard. I wish I didn't say that. I wish I did not just say that. Okay. Didn't hear anything. And yet it's worse than before. Alright, well at any rate, probably should have dropped some of the stuff that I just harvested. We can check these locations, these vantage points, and see if there are any deer. Is this fog burning off, possibly? Hard to tell. I hear more crows. And if so, where are they? Let's check up north. Maybe there is a bear cave or something in that direction. Okay, yeah, fog is finally burning off. Alright, that's an awoo. Definitely across the bridge over there. So it's not our problem yet. Hell, maybe we need it for the food. But for now, let's just head up this way. And the damn bear. Can you tell that I'm salty about it? See, this is just a cave. Is there anything in the cave? I don't see anything. Looks clear. Got some firewood. Okay, I'll take it. Take the firewood. harvest the deer. It's still sunny, which it ought to be because it just became sunny. Maybe even go back and start a fire with a magnifying glass. Okay. It's fine. Yep, that'll do. That'll do. And went from 24 to 23, not bad. We'll drop the meat outside by the fire. We'll drop the curables inside. And then we'll keep getting mad about that bear disappearing. Yep, that's an awoo very far away to the west. Okay, we do need some more meat. But first, we can start by dropping these things. Scroll down. V is for Venezuan. Okay, what am I carrying? I'm carrying a lot of firewood. A lot of kindling. Drop all of you. Drop you two. Pick up a couple sticks just in case. Let's give one last look up here. And then let's look to the northwest before we cross that bridge. I shot the bear right about there. And I guess it just didn't respawn or didn't put the body back where it should. I'm still not hearing any crows. Man, I'm so pissed at the bear. He was in such a good position and just ran off. Absolutely infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. See what's in this nook down here. Then we'll head north. I forgot to drop the... That wolves? Can't tell. I forgot to drop the meat and I forgot to pick up water. It's okay. We're good on both. Alright, is this the bear's typical abode? No. Does it have anything worth getting? Seems... Aha. Some coals. Come, old king. Not bad. And firewood. And a hatchet. Kind of need another hunting knife more than more hatchets. But it could be worse. Let's get this area. Should connect. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty nice. And let's head north. Just to hope against hope that the bear respawned its corpse up there. Yeah, it's definitely a wolf over there. Just on the other side of that bridge. I don't know if they cross. Don't know if they'll cross. But they haven't so far, and I'm okay with that. Okay, drop the meat outside. Raw and wriggling. Also, firewood. Need a little bit of water. Just so we don't start dehydrating. Never know when to get caught out and lost in a blizzard. Yeah, there should be a ridge over to the left here. And why is it suddenly foggy again? It goes over to a dead end and possibly a cave. I don't recall exactly how that ends. Okay, can we get down here? Yes. Yeah, we want to go up this way. Up and over. Whoops. I also forgot to drop the hatchet. Well, we're light enough. I'm not too mad about it. I'll pop a charcoal at the top of this hill. That should give us a whole bunch of vision. Maybe even all the way down to the marsh, the frozen marsh. Let's see, do you have a hunting knife for us? Looks like you might. Oh yeah.
I could use
Ooh,
this.
87%. That'll last forever, is what he said about the current hunting knife that's almost falling apart. Alright, we use our ears, make sure nothing is just over here. Yeah, this'll do. This'll do for a little bit of a survey. Oh yeah. Perfect. Exactly what we're looking for. Is there anything down here, though? I guess I might have been wrong about the cave. Seems I misremembered that. Okay. So, can we go up? Yes. Actually, not expecting that, but it does look like this is the edge. There's not really anything worth going to over there. Okay, so this place is a dead end. Some kind of body right up there. Of course there is, we just looted it. We just took all of their stuff. We got limbs, we got branches. Anything you could want to start a fire, except for the thing that actually starts the fire. Alright, well, color me salty. I was really hoping the bear would be up there. Because it can't just magic the body away, can it? It's got to put it somewhere. Right? That's a no from me, dog. Alright, let's pop the firewood back at the oven. It's not an oven. It's an open air stove made out of a metal barrel. And then it must have glitched somewhere. Let's go down into the South Valley and go around and see what we can find there. Okay, we got no scent marks. Let's just take one wide loop around. Get a little bit close to the wolves, but not so close that they should snort us. Oh, they also probably can't cross that bridge. I'd forgotten that it was broken as hell. Which means the bear couldn't have crossed it either. That is good. Because that hopefully narrows down the places it could glitch to. Alright. Head back. Drop the wood. Go down the slope. See what we can see. The old substation. Not as good as a superstation. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I always like to keep 3 sticks because it's a long enough fire that I can usually deal with any Timberwolf packs that arise. Really no crows. Not going to give me a single crow for this bear. What else are you guys going to eat? You're carrion eaters. Because we were standing right about here. We were standing somewhere over here. Just check this little defilade. Nothing. Standing somewhere over here, looking over at that turned down tree trunk. And the bear was running around right behind it when it made a weird noise that I think was probably, should have been, an I died noise. And of course, right as we go out, visibility goes to 0. Well, let's see if we can listen for 1 or 2 crows, and then we gotta head back. Yeah, no crows. The bear's body should be right about there. Should be right about where this guy is. Oh yeah, that's a proper blizzard. We're somewhere close around this corner. It cannot have gone far from here. And yet, it just isn't. Okay, well. If that's how it's gotta be, let's head back to the substation. Don't have enough desire to sleep this off, to sleep the whole night. I'm not sure what else to do with the time. We might have to head back in the morning to try to get the rest of the stuff from that way station at the Foresters. Because we are running low on food in this location. It's probably going to be what we have to go do in the morning. Substation's a great spot if the bear comes back, as long as it hunts properly and dies properly. Which it obviously did not this time. Surely it's not hidden somewhere in this corner, right? No, of course not. Of course not. Alright, so let's be a little cheeky. We were probably going to have to use a match anyway. So let's start a fire in the sky. We have a decent number of wood matches too. Alright.
Turned out pretty well.
You're right, it did. All these sticks. On one hand, we're going to have our venison. On the other hand, our water. Always want 3 sticks. Okay. Snow, venison. Venison, what is this, 2 of 4? Okay, and 1 on you, 1 on you, and now you. I did not mean to do that, but I suppose it's fine. Because it didn't burn. 40 minutes on you. Cook you. Probably actually add some sticks. And that should definitely be enough. 37, so 24 on you. Another water. You're good. And is this the last venison? It is the last venison. It's not even a full kilogram. Okay, we're not even getting wet next to the fire here. sounds suspiciously like aurora noises. Maybe not quite like aurora noises. I didn't cook that all the way, did I? No. Alright, you're boiled now. And 1 hour and 12. That's at least 3 more batches, so 1.5 liters. Yeah, 45 minutes. This stuff is cooking a lot faster than the timer says it would, so it looks like it's 15 minutes per half liter. We can probably even sneak one more in. Yeah, easy. Okay. Water-wise, we're great. Food-wise, we're but it'll last us until we can make it to the Forester. And it'll also last us to sleep until dawn, which is really the most important thing. And I love how this place is so bright, even in the middle of night. This might be my favorite interior yet, due to its amazing location and how you can see inside and not have to shuffle around all night. Alright, let's drop probably a good amount, but not too much. Take a quick nap. By quick nap, I mean 9 hours. Maybe 10 if it gives to us. Alright, it sounds like there might still be blizzard outside, which I do not like. But let's see. I guess first off, we can remember to actually drop some of this equipment that we're not going to need. Don't need so many of those. Maybe the pry bar. Where's our extra hatchet here? 32 kilos. Drop you, maybe a couple of you guys. All the crow feathers. Don't need any tinder plugs, but those can get dropped outside. Yeah, we're low on food here. Drop the good knife. Let's check the weather. Okay, not... Visibility isn't bad, but it's not great. Alright, well. I think we'll have to leave it there. Next time we'll decide whether we want to go and sweep this southern valley for the bear, or if we just want to head back to Keeper's Pass. I think we probably are going to end... Well, no, we're going to have to hunt for that bear, one way or another. Alright, so let's leave it there. We just got to save. Alright, everybody. You know the drill. As usual, I've been Yuchi, and damn, I have been trying to find this bear, and it hasn't been working out. But next time we'll get him. I'll see y'all on the proverbial flip side.